Welcome back, everyone. We are going through absolutely everything that happened between Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 9. Every game, every film, every piece of lore that fills in the gap. All of it in order, no skipping. I'll drop timestamps in the description for every section, so if you already know certain parts or you just want to jump to a specific game or character arc, you can do that. For everyone staying for the whole thing, let's just get into it. Following the successful detonation of the Sadler facility, Leon Kennedy and Ashley Graham executed a high-speed escape via jet ski. This extraction marked the conclusion of a singular mission that redefined the tactical landscape for the United States government. So Leon navigated the unstable waters as the island collapsed, ensuring the safety of the president's daughter. The physical survival of the pair was a documented victory for the federal agency. The extraction point served as the terminal for the Plaga investigation in the Spanish region. Leon immediately initiated contact with his primary handler, Ingrid Hunnigan, to report the status of the operation. The conversation was a clinical assessment of the mission's results and the total destruction of the Los Iluminados infrastructure. Leon provided a verbal record of the encounter with the Plaga organism, highlighting the extreme biological aggression of the parasite. This report served as the official closing of the 2004 chapter. Hunnigan recorded the data, noting the efficiency of the operative under extreme duress. The mission confirmed to the federal authority that parasitic threats were now as dangerous as viral ones. The Plaga displayed a level of host control and mental coordination that surpassed the standard T virus mutations. This discovery forced an immediate overhaul of the national security strategy regarding biological weaponry. The government realized that the era of simple zombies was over. A new, more intelligent Reaper had been introduced to the global black market. The success of the rescue elevated Leon Kennedy to a top-tier federal asset within the intelligence community. He was no longer just a survivor of the Raccoon City incident. He was a specialist in the containment of modern biological threats. His tactical performance on the island proved that he possessed a unique resilience against both viral and parasitic agents. The government viewed Leon as an essential tool for the coming war. He had become a human shield for the national interest. Ultimately, the jet ski escape was a movement from a localized cult conflict toward a global biological war. Leon carried the weight of the investigation into his future roles as a federal agent. The conversation with Hunnigan established the new baseline for the DSO protocols. The island was a memory of stone and ash, but the Plaga was a permanent reality. Leon moved forward into a world where the fire was no longer microscopic. Ashley Graham returned to the United States and was immediately placed into a life of high-security isolation. As the daughter of the president, her abduction had exposed massive vulnerabilities within the national security apparatus. She resided in a protected environment where her movements were monitored by a specialized tactical team. This isolation was a clinical necessity to prevent a secondary incident. Ashley's life as a normal student was officially terminated by the events in Spain. During the extraction, Ashley offered Leon a permanent bodyguard role and expressed a personal interest in his future. Leon declined the offer with a professional detachment, citing his own commitments to the federal service. This rejection was a documented moment of character clarity for the agent. He saw Ashley as a mission objective rather than a personal connection. Ashley moved toward her future with a new understanding of the biological world. The offer was the final human beat of the mission. The abduction led to a massive overhaul in the Secret Service's anti-bioterror protocols. The government realized that high-value targets were now vulnerable to biological kidnapping and parasitic infiltration. They developed new screening methods and rapid response units specifically designed for biological warfare. Ashley's ordeal served as the catalyst for these industrial improvements. The Secret Service became a specialized force in the age of the Plaga. The protection of the executive branch was rewritten in the lab. Ashley's experience in the village and the castle left her with a permanent psychological burden. She had witnessed the total degradation of the human host and the power of the prehistoric fire. While she remained a civilian, she possessed a unique awareness of the corporate rot that threatened the world. Her isolation was a physical shield, but it could not erase the memory of the cult. She was a witness who lived behind a wall of steel. The rescue had saved her life, but it had taken her freedom. The transition of the first daughter was a clinical record of the price of the biological arms race. She was an individual who had been utilized as a pawn by a parasitic god. Her return to the United States was a sign of the government's resilience, but her isolation was a sign of its fear. Ashley Graham remained a silent figure in the federal archives, a girl who had seen the face of the Reaper. The high-security environment was her new reality. The mission was over, but the shadows remained. Ida Wong contacted Albert Wesker from her getaway helicopter immediately following the destruction of the Sadler facility. During the transmission, she listened as Wesker outlined his true plan to reset the global world through biological dominance. Ada realized that his ambitions had surpassed the limits of industrial espionage and were moving toward a total species erasure. She recognized that Wesker was an absolute liability to the global status quo. The spy moved to protect her own interests by sabotaging his vision. At gunpoint, Ada forced her pilot to divert the flight path away from the primary extraction zone. She made a clinical decision to withhold the most valuable research data from her corporate master. This act of tactical defiance was a documented turning point in her career as an independent agent. Ada was no longer just a mercenary. She was a gatekeeper for the biological future. She chose to redirect the helicopter to a secret destination controlled by her own employers. The sky was the stage for her betrayal. Ada's decision was based on her assessment of Wesker's total instability. She saw that his quest for godhood would eventually result in the destruction of the black market she inhabited. By sabotaging the flight, she ensured that Wesker remained a step behind the global research cycle. This maneuver allowed Ada to maintain her own power, while weakening the position of the Project W subject. She was a professional who utilized her skills to manage the ambitions of monsters. The diverged path was her signature. The pilot was forced to comply with her demands, realizing that Ada was a predator who allowed no errors. The helicopter moved across the Spanish coast toward a hidden laboratory in a different region. Ada maintained a cold detachment, her focus on the security of the sample in her possession. She had successfully outplayed the most dangerous man on the planet in a single night. The sabotage was a clinical victory for her private organization. The Reaper was still in the air. Ultimately, the diversion was a documented sign that the prehistoric fire had no single master. Ada had proven that the information was more powerful than the virus itself. Wesker was left with the empty coordinate, while Ada moved into the shadows with the keys to the next evolution. The helicopter flight was the bridge between the Plaga incident and the coming global catastrophe. The spy was a ghost in the clouds, her mission evolving with every mile. The sabotage was total. Ada Wong delivered a basic Plaga sample to Wesker, satisfying the minimum requirements of her industrial contract. This specimen was a standard variant that lacked the high-level genetic stability of the primary research. By providing this inferior material, she allowed Wesker to believe he had secured the mission objective. However, she withheld the most important asset, the specimen known as the amber. This dominant species Plaga remained in her possession, secured for her own private employers. The amber was a unique biological resource that contained the complete genetic blueprint for the parasitic hierarchy. It allowed for the creation of a stable host that could control the secondary organisms with absolute precision. By keeping this sample, Ada ensured that her own organization possessed the superior version of the technology. This decision shaped the biological arms race for the next 5 years. The organization Ada served was now the silent leader in the field of parasitic warfare. The amber was the crown of the Spanish project. Wesker utilized the basic sample to develop his eventual Type 2 Plaga strains, which were utilized in the Kijuju incident. These variants were tactically effective, but possessed inferior host stability compared to the amber research. The organization Wesker built was fighting a war with a blunt tool, while Ada's employers held the sharp blade. This genetic gap was a clinical success for the industrial spy. Ada had successfully managed the power of the god by feeding him the crumbs. The sample was a lie. The retention of the dominant species Plaga allowed for a more refined approach to biological control. Ada's employers utilized the research to develop a network of specialized agents who could operate with a parasitic advantage. The amber was a documented miracle of evolution that had been stolen from the cult and the corporation. This material was the foundation for the next generation of biological threats. Ada was the architect of this shift, a woman who traded in the future of the species. Ultimately, the delivery of the inferior sample was a documented act of professional sabotage. Ada had ensured that Wesker remained a localized threat, while her own network expanded globally. The purple liquid in the amber vial was the most dangerous substance in the world. The 5-year gap was defined by this secret imbalance of power. Ada stood in the center of the conspiracy, her hands on the prehistoric fire. The delivery was a tactical move in a game of global shadows. Jack Krauser was a former elite soldier who had sought out Albert Wesker to heal a career-ending injury sustained during a previous operation. He believed that the biological research of the organization was the only way to restore his physical dominance and his professional honor. Jack Krauser made a tactical decision to align himself with the corporate master, trading his human soul for a seat at the table of the new evolution. He was a man of the gun who had become a slave to the test tube. The encounter in the Spanish region confirmed that Krauser had undergone a radical physical transformation. He utilized a mutated arm that merged T-virus regenerative power with Plaga muscular output, turning his limb into an organic shield and a lethal blade. The RE4 knife fight was a clinical demonstration of his new tactical capabilities. Krauser moved with a supernatural speed that mocked his former military training. He was no longer a soldier. He was a biological prototype designed for the total liquidation of his enemies. Krauser viewed Leon Kennedy as a soft relic of an old era, a man who still clung to the laws of a dying world. He saw himself as the future of warfare, a being that had transcaped the limits of the human genome. This ideological conflict fueled their direct confrontation on the island ruins. Krauser's aggression was a documented symptom of the viral and parasitic intrusion into his nervous system. He was a predator that had outgrown his own leash. The knife was the extension of his viral rage. The death of Krauser was a clinical proof of the instability of the hybrid research. While he possessed extreme physical power, his reliance on the mutation made him vulnerable to targeted tactical strikes. Leon utilized his human intelligence to overcome the raw power of the mutated soldier. The island was the graveyard for the man who thought he could own the prehistoric fire. Krauser had died as a witness to the superiority of the human spirit. The relic had been broken by the officer. Ultimately, Jack Krauser represented the tragic intersection of military ambition and corporate experimentation. He was a man who had sacrificed everything for a power that eventually consumed him. His transformation was a documented failure for the organization's attempt to build a controllable super soldier. Krauser was a ghost of the old world, a soldier who had traded his honor for a claw. The knife fight was the final word on his career. The fire had burned the soldier. Luis Serra was a former Umbrella researcher who possessed a specialized knowledge of the Sadler staff and the internal suppression of the Los Iluminados cult. He realized that the Plaga expansion could only be stopped by a clinical removal of the parasite from the host. Luis utilized his scientific expertise to develop a specialized removal machine that utilized targeted radiation to neutralize the organism. This device was the only tactical advantage the survivors possessed against the total takeover of the cult. Luis was the architect of the miracle. Sadler initiated the execution of Luis Serra to protect the biological ritual and the expansion of the parasite. The cult leader recognized that the researcher was a terminal threat to the mission's success. Luis was killed before he could finalize his assistance to Leon, but his research legacy survived his physical death. He provided the key and the components needed to operate the machine in the final hour. The scientist was a professional hero who died to correct his own mistakes. The lab was his final post. The background of Luis Serra was a clinical record of the corporate rot that had fueled the T-virus project. He had participated in the Umbrella research before the Raccoon City incident forced him into hiding. His return to the Spanish village was an attempt to find redemption through the destruction of the Plaga. Luis utilized his intelligence to sabotage the cult's logistical network, acting as a shadow ally for the federal agent. He was a man who understood the prehistoric fire better than anyone else on the island. The removal machine was a documented success for the Industrial Countermeasure Project. It allowed Leon and Ashley to purge the parasites from their systems, preventing their conversion into corporate puppets. The device was a clinical answer to a biological problem, proving that the human mind could still match the parasitic evolution. Luis had built a bridge to safety in a world of monsters. The machine was the final gift of a man who had lost his home to the corporation. The radiation was the fire that saved the officer. Luis Serra represented the potential for human redemption within the biological war. He was a researcher who had utilized his skills for the sake of the living rather than the dead. His death was a visceral price for the safety of the survivors. The island was a tomb for the scientist, but it was also the birthplace of the cure. Luis's story was a tragedy of corporate guilt and personal bravery. The removal machine was the evidence of his victory. The fire was out. Leon Kennedy was coerced into the service of the United States government following the total collapse of the Raccoon City social order. As a primary witness and a survivor of the T-virus outbreak, he possessed a level of intelligence that the federal authorities could not ignore. The government utilized a clinical strategy to ensure his loyalty, holding Sherry Birkin as tactical leverage for his cooperation. Leon was a man who was forced to sign away his personal freedom to protect an innocent child. The rookie cop was officially dead. The bargain resulted in Leon's transition into the DSO, Division of Security Operations, a specialized agency dedicated to the containment of biological threats. He was no longer a local officer. He was a federal tool used for high-risk missions across the globe. This role was a documented sacrifice of his own identity for the sake of the national interest. Leon accepted the leash to ensure that Sherry received the medical and physical protection she required. The agent was a prisoner of his own morality. The contract was written in blood. The government's use of Sherry Birkin was a documented act of professional manipulation. They realized that Leon's loyalty was a biological variable that could be managed through the safety of the girl. By placing Sherry in a protected facility, they ensured that Leon would never deviate from his mission parameters. This arrangement transformed the hero of Raccoon City into an instrument of the state. The DSO was the cage where the agent was forged. Leon was a specialist who operated with a heavy chain. The transition into the federal service forced Leon to adopt a more cynical and detached tactical approach. He moved through the world of international bioterrorism with an awareness that he was merely a disposable asset for the men in the suits. He utilized his skills to prevent the next apocalypse while living in a state of permanent surveillance. The rookie officer was replaced by a reaper who worked for the president. Leon was a survivor who had traded his soul for the survival of the girl. The bargain was total. The capture of Leon Kennedy was the first step in the creation of the modern anti-bioterror network. The government had successfully harnessed the trauma of a survivor to build an elite operative. The DSO was the institutional legacy of the Raccoon City failure. Leon's life was a clinical record of the price of the corporate secrets. He was a man who walked in the dark to protect a light he could no longer reach. The rookie was gone, and the agent was here. The fire was his duty. For 15 years, Sherry Birkin was utilized as a primary lab rat for the United States government, following her extraction from the Arklay perimeter. She was housed in a high-security facility where her every biological function was monitored by a specialized medical team. The authorities studied her blood with a clinical intensity, focusing on the unique G virus antibodies that had survived the infection. Our Sherry was a girl who had lost her childhood to an industrial experiment and her freedom to a federal policy. The facility was her world. The antibodies in Sherry's blood provided her with a supernatural healing factor and her absolute immunity to the common viral strains. This biological gift was a documented byproduct of her father's scientific arrogance. The government viewed her blood as the most valuable resource in the national arsenal, a liquid blueprint for the next generation of medical countermeasures. Sherry was not treated as a person. She was treated as a repository for a god. The state was the master of her genome. The facility was a cage made of sterile light. The clinical nature of her custody ensured that Sherry remained a permanent prisoner of the state. She was not allowed to interact with the outside world or form relationships that were not monitored by the federal handlers. Her existence was a secret that spanned 3 decades. The government utilized her status to maintain their leverage over Leon Kennedy while building their own biological power. Sherry was a girl who lived in the shadow of the G virus and the American flag. The laboratory was her home. The psychological impact of this custody was a documented trauma that defined Sherry's identity. She grew up in an environment where the human element was replaced by the scientific audit. Her only interactions were with the staff in the hazmat suits and the digital monitors of her containment cell. Sherry realized that she was an anomaly that the world was afraid of. She was a survivor who was being processed by the very government she sought protection from. The facility was a graveyard for her youth. The fire was in her veins. Ultimately, the 15 years of custody were a clinical proof of the government's ruthlessness. They were willing to sacrifice the life of a child to secure the future of the biological arms race. Sherry Birkin was the most successful survivor of the 1998 incident, and she had paid for that success with her soul. The antibodies were a miracle that she carried as a weight. The facility was the stage for her biological evolution. The lab rat was about to become an agent. The fire was ready. In 2012, Sherry Birkin was finally granted a localized freedom to become a field operative for the DSO. Her first official assignment was the extraction of Jake Muller from the war-torn region of Edonia. This mission was a documented shift from her role as a lab rat to her role as a tactical actor. Sherry was tasked with securing the blood of a man who possessed the antibodies needed to stop the global C virus outbreak. The girl who had been hunted by a monster was now the one doing the hunting. The mission mirrored Sherry's own past as a child of a biological monster. Jake Muller was the biological son of Albert Wesker, carrying the genetic legacy of the man who had burned the world. Sherry realized that their partnership was a collision of 2 different corporate tragedies. She utilized her own history of trauma to build a connection with the cynical mercenary. The assignment was a clinical test of her emotional and tactical resilience. The world was melting, and Sherry was the one who held the leash. The extraction from Edonia was a high-stakes struggle against the necrotic swarms and the specialized bows of Neo Umbrella. Sherry utilized her superhuman healing factor to survive multiple lethal encounters, proving that her biological gift was the essential tool for the mission. She was no longer a victim. She was a protector of the world's only remaining hope. The assignment was a documented proof of her evolution into an elite agent. The daughter of the G virus was fighting the fire of the C virus. The war was personal. The psychological cost of the mission was a recurring theme for the young agent. She saw in Jake the same isolation and the same biological burden that had defined her own life. This human variable was the only thing that allowed the mission to succeed. Sherry chose to view Jake as a person rather than a genetic resource, a decision that challenged the logic of her federal handlers. The assignment was a journey from the laboratory dark toward the morning light. The daughter was leading the sun. Ultimately, the 2012 assignment was the definitive law beat for Sherry's transition into the adult world. She had successfully escaped the cage of the laboratory to face the Reaper in the field. The mission to save Jake was an act of redemption for the Birkin legacy. Sherry was the bridge between the 1998 incident and the modern era of bioterrorism. She was a professional who utilized her scars as a weapon. The assignment was over, but the war was just beginning. The fire was her path. The Global Pharmaceutical Consortium funded the creation of the BSAA, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, to avoid being sued out of existence following the collapse of the Umbrella Corporation. The member companies realized that the legal and social fallout of the Raccoon City incident threatened the entire industry. They created a private military organization to act as an international cleanup crew for the biomess that Umbrella had left behind. The BSAA was a corporate shield designed to sanitize the market and protect the stock value. The fire was being managed by the fuel. The institution was built upon the remnants of the municipal response teams and the survivors of the early outbreaks. It was granted an international authority to bypass national borders in the pursuit of biological containment. The BSAA was a private army that possessed the technology and the intelligence to match the corporate reapers. However, the organization was also a tool of industrial espionage, allowing the member companies to monitor the biological trends of their rivals. The alliance was a clinical necessity in a world of viral horror. The shield was made of iron and glass. The replacement of the failed Umbrella infrastructure was a documented act of global rebranding. The consortium wanted the world to believe that the pharmaceutical industry was a force for good. They utilized the BSAA to neutralize the independent bioterrorists and the black market auctions. The institution was a clinical filter that allowed for the controlled management of the prehistoric fire. The mission was the containment of the virus and the protection of the corporate reputation. The alliance was a shadow war for the future of the species. The funding of the unit ensured that the BSAA possessed the best equipment and the most advanced research in the world. They were a military force that operated with a scientific focus. The organization was the institutional legacy of the 1998 failure. The heroes of the mansion were recruited to provide the moral authority for the new unit. The BSAA was the cage where the warriors were forged. The alliance was a documented success for the industrial cleanup project. The shield was ready. Ultimately, the formation of the BSAA was the first step in the decentralization of the biological arms race. The organization provided the framework for the international response to the viral threats. However, the corporate influence remained a permanent shadow over the mission. The alliance was a struggle for the soul of the industry. Chris and Jill were the faces of this new war, fighting to ensure the shield remained strong. The fire was being fought by a private army. The era of the BSAA had begun. As founding members of the BSAA, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine spent years engaged in a global shadow war against the remnants of the Umbrella legacy. They traveled to every corner of the planet to raid the black market auctions and the hidden laboratories where the viral samples were being sold. This mission was a documented attempt to prevent the T-virus variants from reaching terrorist cells and rival corporations. The heroes of the mansion were the primary enforcers of the new biological order. The war had no official name, but the casualties were real. The investigations focused on the logistics of the viral trade, tracking the shipments from the ruins of the European facilities to the developing nations. Chris and Jill utilized their tactical experience to dismantle the independent networks that sought to exploit the prehistoric fire. They gathered the evidence needed to hold the middlemen accountable, moving through a world of industrial secrets and corporate betrayal. The mission was a clinical audit of the global market for death. The Shadow War was a documented struggle for the survival of the species. The evidence they recovered provided a map of the organization's decentralized reach. They found that the T virus was merely the baseline for a dozen different research projects funded by the consortium. The BSAA acted as the primary countermeasure, but the volume of the trade was overwhelming. Chris and Jill realized that the fall of Umbrella had only made the fire more difficult to extinguish. The war was being fought in the alleyways and the boardrooms. The heroes were the only ones who knew the true scale of the disaster. The years of building the unit were characterized by a constant state of biological alert. Every mission was a potential high-risk encounter with a new BOW model. Chris and Jill worked to train the next generation of agents, providing them with the tactical knowledge they had gained in the Arklay Mountains. They were the architects of the international response, turning a private army into a force for human protection. The Shadow War was a documented test of their physical and mental endurance. The fire was their life. Ultimately, the work of Chris and Jill during the 5-year gap was the definitive law beat for the transition into the modern era. They had successfully built an institutional barrier against the prehistoric fire. Their partnership was the only thing that remained stable in a world of corporate chaos. The Shadow War was a signal that the fight was global and that the Reaper was always moving. The BSAA was their legacy, a shield made of blood and iron. The war was just getting started. Part 13. The Spencer Estate, 2006. The Industrial Graveyard. In 2006, Chris and Jill utilized the anonymous tip to initiate a tactical breach of the European mansion belonging to Oswell E. Spencer. They believed that the arrest of the Umbrella founder would provide the final evidence needed to dismantle the corporate conspiracy. However, upon their arrival at the estate, they discovered an industrial graveyard. The building was filled with the necrotic remains of the high-level guards and the staff. The organization's heart had already been struck by an internal Reaper. The investigation had arrived at the end of a line. Wesker had arrived at the estate first, utilizing his supernatural physical output to liquidate the entire security force within minutes. He moved through the Gothic halls with a clinical focus, seeking the final truth of his own origins. Chris and Jill navigated the blood-stained corridors, realizing that the Arklay mystery was being closed by a murderer. The mansion was a silent witness to the total collapse of the old corporate leadership. The prehistoric fire was burning the architect. The estate was a tomb for the men who built the empire. The tactical environment of the estate was a mirror of the 1998 incident. It featured the same Gothic architecture and the same mechanical traps that had defined the Spencer vision. However, the atmosphere was one of absolute decay. The organization was eating itself alive, and the survivors were caught in the middle of the feast. Chris and Jill moved toward the library, where the final confrontation was occurring. The estate was a clinical record of the hubris that had poisoned the world. The graveyard was full. The discovery of Spencer's body was a documented end for the 1998 era. The man who had started the biological arms race was dead at the hands of his own masterpiece. This moment proved that the organization had no loyalty to its founders. Wesker had reclaimed the fire for himself, leaving the survivors to face the god in the dark. The investigation had turned into a primal struggle for survival. The estate was the graveyard of the corporate dream. The Reaper was in the library. Ultimately, the 2006 breach was the most important law beat for the transition into the Resident Evil 5 narrative. It showed that the old world of the founders was over, and that the new world belonged to the super soldiers. The estate was the physical manifestation of the corporate rot. Chris and Jill were the last witnesses to the fall of the empire. The industrial graveyard was a signal that the war was entering a darker phase. The fire was in Wesker's eyes. The mansion was the end. Spencer revealed the final truth of the Project W program during his final conversation with Albert Wesker. He explained that Wesker was a biological subject designed to be a member of a new, superior race of humans. The organization had utilized a dozen different children, seeding them with the prehistoric fire to test their genomic resilience. Wesker was the only successful prototype, a man who had been built by a corporation to become a god. The vision was a clinical attempt to rewrite the human species through infection. Wesker found the truth of his origins to be pathetic and limited. He realized that Spencer was an old man who clung to the ideologies of a previous century. He decided that he did not need the vision of a dead architect to achieve his own godhood. Wesker murdered his creator with a single strike, terminating the last link to the original Umbrella leadership. This act was a documented proof of his absolute independence. He had officially outgrown his father and his company. The god was alone in the library. The confession Spencer made was a documented record of the corporate arrogance. He viewed the world as a laboratory and the human race as a raw material. He had mentored Miranda and exploited the progenitor flower to find the key to immortality. His failure was a clinical signal that the prehistoric fire could not be owned by a mortal man. Wesker was the embodiment of that failure, a monster that had turned on its master. The murder was the final act of the corporate cleanup. The visionary was dead. Wesker's rejection of the Project W legacy was a visceral beat in his psychological evolution. He moved beyond the limits of the industrial contract to become an independent threat to the planet. He intended to utilize the Ouroboros virus to finish what Spencer had started, but on his own terms. He was no longer an agent of the company. He was an agent of his own evolution. The library was the birthplace of his new mission. The Reaper had taken the throne. The fire was in his blood. Ultimately, the death of Spencer was the funeral for the old world of the pharmaceutical giant. The founders were gone, and the super soldiers were the new masters of the fire. Wesker had successfully reclaimed the legacy of the Progenitor Project. The truth of Project W was a documented curse that defined the rest of his life. He was a being of pure biological power, a god who had been made in a lab. The murder was the signal for the start of the end. The fire was burning. Jill Valentine initiated a final tactical maneuver to save Chris Redfield during the high-stakes battle at the Spencer estate. As Wesker prepared to liquidate her partner, Jill tackled the super soldier through a high-story window and down a massive cliff. This act of selfless sacrifice was a documented beat in her professional loyalty. She chose to face the abyss to ensure the survival of the BSAA mission. The fall was a visceral conclusion to the 2006 investigation. Jill was declared MIA and presumed dead by the international authorities. The fall from the cliff was a documented trauma that redefined the life of Chris Redfield. He watched as his partner disappeared into the dark of the European mountains, unable to intervene in the event. This loss was a clinical failure for the founding member of the unit. The BSAA conducted an extensive search of the perimeter, but no remains were recovered from the wreckage. Jill's status as a hero was solidified by her sacrifice, but her physical presence was erased from the world. The cliff was her grave. G. Wesker survived the fall through his supernatural physical resilience and took Jill's unconscious body for his own private experiments. He realized that her status as a high-level survivor made her an ideal subject for the refinement of the Ouroboros project. He utilized his medical facilities to maintain her life while rewriting her nervous system. Jill was no longer an officer. She was a biological asset in the hands of the god. The fall was the start of her secret transformation. The Reaper had taken the soul. The declaration of her death was a documented act of official finality. The BSAA held a memorial for the fallen founder, and her name was etched into the records of the 1998 incident. This misinformation allowed Wesker to operate with total freedom, utilizing Jill as a masked assassin in his future operations. The world believed that the fire had taken the survivor. Chris was left alone in a city of ghosts. His mission fueled by the memory of the fall. The silence of the mountains was absolute. Ultimately, the fall of Jill Valentine was the most significant lore beat for the transition into the Resident Evil 5 narrative. It proved that the prehistoric fire could take even the best of the species. Jill's sacrifice was a clinical proof of her character, but it had left the world vulnerable to Wesker's vision. Her body was a laboratory where the god was preparing his final act. The MIA status was a lie that was hiding a darker truth. The fall was the end of the alliance. The fire was waiting. The years following the disappearance of Jill Valentine were characterized by a total psychological transformation for Chris Redfield. He refused to accept the official MCA declaration, spending his personal time and professional resources searching for a body that the mountains had never returned. This obsession created an internal wall that isolated him from his colleagues in the BSAA. Chris moved through his missions with a cold and mechanical focus, utilizing violence as the only effective coping mechanism for his grief. He was a man who had lost his human anchor and was drifting into a sea of industrial warfare. The professional toll of this isolation was documented in his tactical reports. Chris became the most decorated soldier in the organization, but also the most damaged. He volunteered for every high-risk assignment, seeking to bury his personal trauma under a mountain of biological data. His colleagues observed a man who no longer valued his own survival, viewing every mission as a potential final stand. The search for Jill had become a ghost hunt that defined his entire identity. He was a veteran of the prehistoric fire who was now burning from within. During this period, Chris adopted a philosophy of absolute mission priority. He realized that the only way to honor Jill's sacrifice was to ensure that the work of the BSAA remained unyielding. He became an instrumental figure in the expansion of the North American branch, training new recruits with a clinical discipline that left no room for error. However, his personal life remained a void of silent apartments and empty records. The absence of Jill was a constant variable in his tactical calculations. He was a marksman who was aiming at a target he could no longer see. The lack of closure regarding the Spencer estate incident allowed for a persistent hope that eventually turned into a liability. Chris would often follow leads that turned out to be dead ends, fueled by the belief that Wesker had survived the fall. This paranoia kept him in a state of permanent biological alert, preventing him from forming new emotional bonds. He saw the face of his partner in every shadowed corridor and every grainy surveillance feed. The world was a graveyard of memories that he refused to put to rest. He was a survivor who was trapped in a perpetual loop of the 2006 disaster. By the time the Kijuju mission was authorized in 2009, Chris had reached a terminal state of professional detachment. He accepted the assignment not because of the viral threat, but because of the rumors of an unknown woman who matched Jill's description. This was the final opportunity to find the truth or find a grave. He arrived in West Africa as a different man than the rookie who had survived the mansion. He was a reaper who carried the weight of a decade of betrayal. The ghost of Jill Valentine was the only thing that kept him moving into the fire. Section 4, Revelations, 2005. Chris and Jill at Sea. Part 17, Terra Grigia, 2004. The City That Burned. Terra Grigia was a massive, solar-powered aquapolis located in the Mediterranean Sea, representing the peak of urban sustainability in the early 21st century. However, in 2004, the city became the site of an absolute biological tragedy initiated by the terrorist group known as Il Veltro. The organization utilized the T-Abyss virus to infect the local population, turning the floating paradise into a laboratory of necrotic rot within hours. This event proved to the international community that bioterrorists now possess the capability to threaten entire nations with a single biological strike. The city that was built to show the future was consumed by a prehistoric fire. The Il Veltro attack was a calculated move to challenge the global order and the growing influence of the FBC, Federal Biohazard Commission. The terrorists utilized the infection to demonstrate the total failure of the municipal security protocols, filming the collapse of the city for a global audience. The T-Abyss virus produced a new tier of mutations that were specifically adapted to the maritime environment. These creatures moved through the luxury hallways with a predatory efficiency that the local police could not match. Terra Grigia was no longer a human settlement. It was a biological incinerator. The response to the outbreak was characterized by a clinical lack of empathy from the high-level authorities. The FBC leader, Morgan Lansdale, authorized the use of the Regia Solis satellite to vaporize the city and prevent the spread of the infection. This industrial eraser utilized a concentrated solar beam to burn the aquapolis out of existence, killing the survivors and the monsters alike. The decision was a visceral demonstration of the total war mentality that had taken over the biological era. The city was reduced to a pillar of fire and steam, leaving only the ruins on the ocean floor. The aftermath of the Terra Grigia panic resulted in a massive shift in the global anti-bioterrorism landscape. The public demanded a more effective response to the viral threats, leading to an increased budget for the Commission and the Alliance. The city became a symbol of the cost of corporate and political negligence. The ruins served as a warning that the prehistoric fire was no longer confined to hidden laboratories. It was a maritime nightmare that had claimed the lives of thousands of innocent citizens. The smoke of Terra Grigia would linger in the diplomatic halls for years. Ultimately, the destruction of the floating city was a documented victory for the corporate handlers who wanted the evidence buried. Il Veltro was presumed destroyed, but the viral load they had introduced was already being scavenged by rival organizations. The T-Abyss research became a high-value commodity on the black market. The city had burned before anyone knew the scale of the conspiracy. Terra Grigia was the first domino in a line that would eventually lead to the ghost ships of the Mediterranean. The fire was moving across the water. Part 18, the Queen Zenobia Mission. The Ghost Ship. In 2005, Jill Valentine was deployed to the Queen Zenobia, a derelict cruise ship drifting in the Mediterranean Sea, to investigate a potential T-Abyss virus outbreak. The vessel was a luxurious relic that had been transformed into a floating laboratory by the remnants of Il Veltro and their corporate sponsors. Jill navigated the narrow corridors and the flooded holds, discovering the biological reality of the maritime infection. The ship was a silent witness to the evolution of the virus in a high-moisture environment. Every room was an archive of industrial failure and necrotic growth. The primary biological threat on the vessel was the ooze, a documented mutation caused by the T. abyss virus. These creatures featured a bloated, waterlogged physiology that allowed them to compress their bodies through narrow passages. They moved with erratic and lethal speed, utilizing their specialized limbs to consume the biological resources of the host. Jill realized that the organization had successfully created a predator that dominated the sea as effectively as the zombie dominated the land. The Zenobia was a nursery for a new species of reaper. The prehistoric fire had learned to breathe underwater. The mission required a high level of professional cooperation between Jill and her partner, Parker Luciani. They moved through the ship with a clinical focus, piecing together the clues of the Terra Grigia cover-up. They discovered hidden laboratories located in the deeper levels of the vessel, where the virus was being refined for mass production. These facilities proved that the organization had a global reach that bypassed the international borders. The Zenobia was not just a ship. It was a mobile factory for the apocalypse. The survivors were moving through the belly of the beast. The investigation confirmed that the T. abyss virus posed absolute threat to the world's oceans. If the pathogen reached the primary marine ecosystems, it could initiate a global food chain collapse that would liquidate the human species. This realization changed the stakes of the mission from a simple retrieval to an international security priority. Jill had to find the source of the leak before the ship was neutralized by the corporate cleanup teams. The Zenobia was a target for both the survivors and the men in the suits. The fire was ready to burn the sea. Ultimately, the Queen Zenobia mission was a documented success for the BSAA's investigative branch. Jill successfully secured the evidence of the viral trade and the involvement of the high-level officials. The ship was eventually destroyed to prevent the spread of the infection, but the truth had already been extracted. The ghost ship served as a clinical record of the organization's persistence following the fall of Umbrella. The prehistoric fire was no longer a secret. It was a global commodity. The Zenobia was a grave for the innocent and a museum for the guilty. Part 19. The FBC and Morgan Lansdale. The internal corruption. The FBC functioned as the primary competitor to the BSAA in the years following the Raccoon City incident, acting as a federal agency with absolute authority over biohazard response. However, the organization was led by Morgan Lansdale, a man of high ambition who utilized the biological fire to build his own political career. Lansdale believed that the only way to secure a permanent budget for his commission was to ensure that the threat of bioterrorism remained constant. He was an architect of chaos who chose to sacrifice a city to justify his own power. The FBC was a mask for a personal empire. Lansdale orchestrated the Terra Grigia attack through a secret alliance with the terrorist group Il Veltro. He provided the terrorists with the T. abyss virus and the logistical support needed to strike the Aquapolis. This conspiracy allowed him to present himself as the only man capable of responding to the crisis, eventually authorizing the satellite strike to hide his own guilt. The destruction of the city was a clinical move in his professional game. Lansdale viewed the citizens as disposable data points in his rise to power. The commission was built on a foundation of blood and solar fire. The investigation by Jill Valentine and Parker Luciani successfully exposed the man at the top of the FBC. They recovered the digital records and the internal memos that documented Lansdale's involvement with the terrorists. This evidence was a clinical shock to the international community, proving that the guardians of the world were as corrupt as the people they hunted. Lansdale was brought down by the very specialists he had tried to manipulate. The commission collapsed under the weight of its own betrayal. The hero had defeated the manager. The fall of the FBI resulted in the BSAA taking over all global operations regarding biological containment. This was a documented shift in the anti-bioterrorism landscape, turning the private alliance into an international authority. The assets and the research of the Commission were absorbed by the organization, creating a unified front against the prehistoric fire. Lansdale's ambition had accidentally paved the way for the most powerful military force in the history of the species. The organization was now the absolute master of the biological response. Ultimately, Morgan Lansdale represented the human element of corruption that defined the post-Umbrella world. He proved that the fire could be utilized by anyone with the right clearance and a lack of empathy. His story was a documented warning that the Reapers were often found in the boardrooms rather than the labs. Jill's victory over the FBC was a sign of her growing status as a guardian of the truth. The city of Terra Grigia was gone, but the man who burned it was in a cell. The Shadow War was evolving. Part 20. Chris and Jessica on the Queen Semiramis. The double agent. While Jill was investigating the Zenobia, Chris Redfield was deployed to a parallel vessel known as the Queen Semiramis to search for his partner. He was accompanied by Jessica Sherawat, elite operative who maintained a professional mask of tactical skill and personal loyalty. The mission was a high-stakes movement through a second floating laboratory, where the T-Abyss virus was being monitored in a controlled environment. Chris was a man driven by a singular obsession, unaware that his own partner was the primary traitor in the unit. The Semiramis was a stage for a corporate deception. Jessica Sherawat was a documented double agent for the Tricell Corporation, acting as an industrial spy within the BSAA. Her mission was to ensure that the T-Abyss research was funneled back to her corporate masters, while Chris was distracted by the search for Jill. She utilized her tactical position to sabotage the communications and the data retrieval, recording the performance of the biological weapons for the Tricell archives. Jessica was a professional who viewed the mission as a financial opportunity. The mask was perfect, and the betrayal was silent. The environment of the Semiramis mirrored the horror of the Zenobia, with the corridors filled with the necrotic remains of the staff and the specialized ooze mutations. Chris moved through the ship with a desperate speed, his focus on the retrieval of the ghost of his partner. Jessica monitored his stress levels and his combat performance, providing the minimal support needed to maintain her cover. She was a Reaper who was standing right next to the marksman. The ship was a laboratory where the heroes were the subjects. The fire was in the halls. The theft of the data was successfully executed during the height of the viral outbreak. Jessica secured the primary research files and the samples of the T-Abyss virus, preparing for her extraction before the ship was neutralized. This maneuver was a documented success for the industrial spy, ensuring that the prehistoric fire reached the next global corporation. The betrayal was the final act of the Semiramis mission, leaving Chris with an empty lab and a deeper sense of isolation. The truth was stolen in the dark. Ultimately, the presence of Jessica Sherawat was the definitive law beat for the transition into the Resident Evil 5 era. It proved that the BSAA was compromised from the beginning by the corporate interests. The theft of the data ensured that the viral arms race would continue in the African branch. Jessica disappeared into the shadows, a Reaper who had outplayed the most decorated soldier in the Alliance. The Shadow War had found its new master. the fire was moving toward Kijuju. Ricardo Irving served as the primary industrial salesman for the Tricell Corporation within the Kijuju Autonomous Zone in 2009. He operated a high-volume black market hub that facilitated the sale of Type II Plagas and other biological weapons to global terrorist cells. Irving was a man of low character but high tactical intelligence, utilizing the local social infrastructure to hide his industrial activities. He viewed the prehistoric fire as a marketable commodity that would secure his financial future. The Kijuju black market was the epicenter of the new parasitic war. The buyers in Kijuju represented a diverse array of international groups seeking the power of the Plaga to achieve their political and military goals. Irving provided them with the specimens and the technical support needed to infect large populations with a single deployment. This trade was a documented threat to the global status quo, forcing the BSAA to initiate an immediate tactical response. The organization realized that the fire was being sold in the streets, and the only way to stop it was to liquidate the middleman. The market was a graveyard in the making. The deployment of Chris Redfield to West Africa was a tactical decision based on his extensive history with the biological arms race. The organization realized that Irving had links to an unknown woman whose description matched the MIA records of Jill Valentine. Just this human variable was the primary motivator for Chris, who viewed the mission as a final opportunity to find his partner. He arrived in Kijuju not as a peacekeeper, but as a hunter of the corporate elite. The ghost in the data was the only thing that mattered to the marksman. Ricardo Irving utilized the local population as a disposable shield for his business, initiating a mass infection of the citizens with the Type II Plaga. This act turned the urban center into an absolute war zone within hours. The infected, known as Magini, displayed a level of coordination and aggression that tested the BSAA's tactical resolve. The middleman moved through the chaos with a professional detachment, recording the effectiveness of the merchandise. He was a salesman who was willing to burn his own city to make a profit. The industrial infrastructure of the region was utilized to house the secret research facilities where Tricell refined the Umbrella legacy. Irving acted as the manager for these sites, ensuring that the production of the Ouroboros virus remained on schedule. The black market was the facade for a global evolution project. Chris moved through the wreckage of the streets, piecing together the clues of the corporate betrayal. Every encounter with the Magini was a clinical proof of Irving's success. The middleman was the gatekeeper to the god. Ultimately, Ricardo Irving represented the commercialization of the biological horror. He was the man who turned the Reaper into a product. His eventual mutation into a massive aquatic predator was a documented failure for the corporate security, proving that even the salesman was not safe from the fire. His death provided the survivors with the path to the underground caverns. The black market was closed, but the source of the rot was still waiting in the dark. The fire was reaching its climax. Sheva Alamar was the elite operative for the BSAA West African branch and a survivor of an industrial accident that had destroyed her home and her family years prior. She had witnessed the total negligence of the pharmaceutical industry, which had utilized her village as a testing ground for her umbrella factory. This trauma fueled her recruitment into the Alliance, making her a dedicated guardian of her people against the prehistoric fire. Sheva was the moral and tactical anchor for the Kijuju mission. She was a warrior who was fighting for the living. Her role in the mission was essential for the navigation of the local environment and the social nuances of the region. Sheva provided the local knowledge and the linguistic skills needed to track the movements of Ricardo Irving. She acted as the eyes of the mission, ensuring that the tactical response remained grounded in the reality of the streets. Unlike Chris, she was fighting for her home rather than a ghost. Her emotional intelligence was the only thing capable of countering the marksman's violent obsession. The partner was the soul of the unit. The personal stakes for Shiva were absolute, as she watched her own people be converted into biological assets for the Tricell Corporation. She moved through the necrotic swarms with a directed rage, utilizing her tactical training to liquidate the Magini with a clinical precision. Shiva was a professional who maintained her humanity even in the face of absolute horror. She saw the faces of her neighbors in the monsters, a fact that reinforced her resolve to stop the men in the suits. The partner was a shield for the innocent. During the mission, Shiva served as a psychological filter for Chris Redfield, challenging his reckless behavior and his disregard for his own safety. She reminded him that the mission was about the survival of the species, not just the search for a lost friend. This partnership was a documented success for the BSA's integration of local and international assets. Sheva proved that she could match the physical output of the most decorated soldier in the Alliance. The guerrilla fighter had become a legend of the African branch. The relationship between the two operatives evolved from mutual professional respect to a shared commitment to the destruction of Albert Wesker. Shiva realized that Chris's hunt for Jill was part of a larger war that threatened the entire planet. She chose to stand by his side until the final confrontation in the volcano, providing the heavy firepower needed to stop the god. The partner was the one who held the second rocket launcher. Sheva Alomar was the final witness to the end of the 1998 era. Ultimately, Sheva Alomar represented the resilience of the human spirit in the wake of the corporate disaster. She was a woman who had built a life out of the ash of her village. Her contribution to the Kijuju mission was a clinical proof of her value as a tactical officer. Sheva had successfully managed the marksman and the monster, ensuring that the world remained human. The partner was the light of the morning, rising over the African plains. The fire had found its match. Chris and Sheva successfully navigated the Ndapaya ruins to discover a massive underground cavern that housed the original source of all biological weaponry. This was the Garden of the Progenitor Flower, known locally as the Stairway to the Sun. The cave was a documented miracle of prehistoric biology, containing an ancient virus that possessed the power to rewrite the human genome. This was the heart of the research that had started the global arms race 30 years prior. The ruins were the graveyard of the old gods and the birthplace of the new ones. The biological history of the flower was characterized by extreme toxicity that killed the majority of the human hosts. However, a small percentage of individuals possessed a genomic compatibility that allowed them to achieve a higher state of physical and mental power. The Umbrella Corporation had utilized this discovery to develop the T virus and the G virus strains. The cave was an archive of industrial sin, where the natural order was sacrificed for the sake of a corporate god. The fire had been burning in the dark for millennia. Tricell had successfully seized the caverns following the collapse of Umbrella, utilizing their industrial resources to finalize the research that Spencer had started. So they had built a massive underground facility to mass-produce the Ouroboros virus, utilizing the flowers as the primary raw material. The cave was a garden of engineered death, where the botanical and the organic were merged into a single reaper. Chris and Shiva moved through the fields of flowers, realizing that the scale of the conspiracy was older and deeper than they had imagined. The environment of the cave was a clinical proof of the organization's hubris. They had turned a sacred site into an industrial factory, ignoring the cultural and biological weight of the ruins. The Nipaya people had been utilized as experimental subjects, their bodies used to test the compatibility of the progenitor strains. The garden was a visceral record of the price of evolution. Chris realized that every monster he had fought in his career had started in this silent cavern. The fire was older than the mansion. The discovery provided the survivors with the final context for Wesker's plan. He intended to utilize the concentrated power of the flower to seed the atmosphere, initiating a global ritual of biological selection. The cave was the engine for his apocalypse. Chris and Shiva moved toward the laboratory hub, their focus on the destruction of the flowers. They were the intruders in a world of prehistoric gods, fighting to ensure that the fire remained in the dark. The garden was a symmetry of high character and failed hopes. Ultimately, the progenitor flower cave was the definitive law beat for the origin of the Resident Evil story. It showed that the biological war was a reality that spanned the entire history of the species. The cave was the physical manifestation of the corporate greed that had poisoned the world. Chris's presence in the garden was a clinical signal that the time for the architects was over. The survivors were the ones who would burn the source. Gione was the high-level CEO of the Tricell Corporation and a member of an influential European family that possessed a massive industrial legacy. She was a woman of absolute ambition who sought a partnership with Albert Wesker to secure her place in the New World Order. Excella believed that her beauty, her intellect, and her corporate resources made her an equal queen to the biological god. She provided the funding and the laboratories required to finalize the Ouroboros project. The CEO was a deluded actor in a game of global espionage. Her role in the project was characterized by a total lack of human empathy for the victims in Kijuju. She viewed the local population as a disposable resource for the parasitic research, utilizing her authority to bypass the international regulations. Excella believed that the viral evolution would create a superior race of leaders, with herself and Wesker at the peak. This delusion was a clinical byproduct of her own hubris. She was a woman who had traded her soul for a throne of viral fire. The board of directors had become a cult. The delusion of equality was shattered during the final phase of the mission, when Wesker revealed his total lack of human loyalty. He had utilized Excella as a logistical tool and a financial anchor, but he had never viewed her as a partner. Wesker infected her with the Ouroboros virus, turning his former queen into a biological sacrifice for the evolution. This betrayal was a documented proof of the god's nihilism. Excella died as a witness to the fact that the fire does not recognize rank or beauty. The CEO was just another host. Biologically, Excella's transformation into the Ouroboros, a hairy mutation, was a record of the virus's total dominance over the human form. The creature consumed her body and the surrounding biological remains to achieve a massive size, turning the laboratory deck into a wall of teeth and tentacles. She was no longer an individual. She was a biological engine of pure consumption. The mutation was a clinical failure for her ambition, proving that the prehistoric fire could not be managed by a mortal heart. The queen was a monster. The death of Excelligione was a visceral signal for the end of the Tricell Corporation. The organization had lost its leader and its primary research to the arrogance of a single man. Chris and Sheva were forced to terminate the mutation, utilizing the ship's satellite strike to vaporize the biological mass. The CEO was reduced to ash on the threshold of her new world. Her story was a tragedy of corporate greed and personal delusion. The throne was empty, and the fire was still burning. Ultimately, Excelligione represented the peak of the corporate influence in the biological war. She was the woman who built the Reaper's scythe, and was surprised when she was struck by it. Her partnership with Wesker was a documented act of professional suicide. The laboratory was her grave, and the virus was her legacy. Excella was a witness to the total collapse of the old world of industrial power. The god was moving forward alone. Chris Redfield successfully cornered the masked assassin in the underground caverns of the Tricell facility, initiating a high-stakes combat engagement. During the struggle, the hood was removed to reveal the face of Jill Valentine. The partner, Chris, had presumed dead for 3 years. The physical shock was a documented trauma that tested the marksman's professional resolve. Jill was alive, but she was no longer the officer he remembered. She was a silent and lethal agent who moved with a supernatural speed and a mechanical focus. The ghost had returned as a Reaper. The biological reality of Jill's state was characterized by absolute mental control, facilitated by a P-30 chemical device attached to her chest. This device utilized a specialized serum to suppress her free will, while enhancing her physical motor functions to a supernatural level. Jill was a prisoner within her own body, her tactical skills being exploited by Wesker for the total liquidation of the BSEA survivors. The P-30 was the industrial leash that had turned a hero into a biological asset. The partner was the most dangerous threat in the lab. The psychological impact of the encounter was absolute for Chris Redfield. He was forced to fight the woman he had spent 3 years searching for, realizing that every strike of her blade was a clinical proof of Wesker's dominance. Jill displayed a level of combat proficiency that surpassed her previous STARS training, moving with a predatory grace that ignored the laws of human movement. The cavern was a laboratory where the bond of the Alliance was being tested by the corporate god. The marksman was fighting his own heart. The state of Jill was a documented record of Wesker's absolute hubris. He had taken a high-level survivor and turned her into a disposable tool for his amusement. He monitored the engagement with a clinical interest, recording the performance of the brainwashed agent against her former partner. Jill was a biological trophy that represented the total defeat of the BSAA mission. The organization had successfully corrupted the soul of the resistance. The unmasking was the most painful truth of the 72 hours. Ultimately, the revelation of Jill Valentine was the turning point for the final confrontation in Resident Evil 5. It proved that the prehistoric fire could erase the human identity and replace it with a corporate program. Chris realized that he had to save Jill before he could finish the god. The P-30 device was the only thing standing between the survivors and the reunion. The cavern was the stage for a silent judgment, where the marksman had to choose between the gun and the hand. The fire was in her blood. The presence of the masked assassin was a signal that the organization's reach was infinite. They had built a world where even the legends were vulnerable to the viral conversion. Jill's survival was a miracle that had been turned into a curse. The marksman moved forward with a new mission, his focus on the removal of the device. The unmasking was the first step in the final evolution of the survivors. The partner was back, and the war was personal. The removal of the P-30 device was a visceral tactical engagement that required absolute physical coordination between Chris Redfield and Sheva Alomar. The apparatus was a specialized chemical delivery system fused directly to the bone of Jill's sternum, utilizing an automated needle to maintain the flow of the mind-altering serum. Chris was forced to restrain his former partner, while Sheva attempted to physically pry the mechanical shackle from her chest. This struggle was a documented proof of the human bond overcoming the corporate programming. The courtyard of the underground facility served as a clinical theater for this high-stakes surgical intervention. Biologically, the device functioned by flooding Jill's nervous system with a concentrated chemical agent that enhanced her adrenal output while suppressing her frontal lobe activity. This resulted in a state of high-functioning puppetry, where her tactical reflexes remained sharp, but her personal identity was entirely erased. The immediate removal of the device caused a violent chemical withdrawal, forcing Jill's body into a state of temporary neurological shock. She collapsed as the serum flow ceased, her mind finally reclaiming its independence from the Wesker directive. The recovery was a documented miracle of physical resilience. The psychological impact of the brainwashing was revealed in the seconds following Jill's awakening. She possessed a perfect memory of her actions as a masked assassin, carrying the weight of the casualties she had inflicted while under the influence of the P-30. Jill provided Chris with a clinical assessment of Wesker's current state, revealing that the god relied on a precise serum balance to maintain his supernatural power. She explained that an overdose of the PG-67AW serum would act as a lethal poison, destabilizing his cellular structure. This intelligence was the primary weapon the survivors needed for the final battle. Jill's physical state remained compromised by the long-term exposure to the chemical agents and the previous experiments conducted by the organization. She urged Chris and Sheva to leave her behind to pursue Wesker before his bomber could reach the upper atmosphere. This act of professional selflessness was a return to her original character as a STARS officer. She remained in the facility to coordinate the extraction while providing the tactical data needed to intercept the Ouroboros shipment. The partner was back, but the scars of the laboratory remained permanent. The fire was out in her mind, but it was burning in her blood. The removal of the device was a documented failure for Wesker's attempt to turn the survivors into disposable tools. He had underestimated the power of the human element to resist the industrial leash. The organization monitored the failure with a detached interest, recording the data for future refinements of the mind control protocols. Jill Valentine was the first subject to survive the P-30 cycle, making her a unique biological asset for the BSAA's future research into viral treatments. The device was a mechanical relic of an era that was about to be vaporized in the volcano. Ultimately, the recovery of Jill Valentine was the emotional catalyst for the end of the Kijuju mission. Chris moved forward with a renewed focus, his guilt replaced by a directed mission of retribution. He carried the knowledge of the serum weakness into the final confrontation, a tactical advantage provided by the very woman Wesker had tried to destroy. The partnership was functionally restored, even as they were physically separated. The final act of the Resident Evil 5 narrative was approaching its terminal velocity. Albert Wesker's final plan, designated as the Ouroboros Initiative, was a clinical attempt to force a global evolution through the mass deployment of a highly aggressive viral strain. He intended to utilize a specialized stealth bomber to seed the Earth's atmosphere with the Ouroboros virus, initiating a ritual of biological selection on a planetary scale. Wesker believed that the modern human species had reached an evolutionary dead end and required a viral catalyst to filter the weak from the strong. The plan was a documented peak of the Spencer ideology, executed by a man who had become a biological god. The Ouroboros virus was a refined derivative of the original progenitor strain, designed to scan the host's genetic code for specific markers of compatibility. If the host was deemed unworthy, the virus would result in a violent cellular overgrowth, transforming the individual into a mass of black, pulsating tentacles. If the host was compatible, they would achieve a higher state of existence with absolute physical and mental dominance. Wesker viewed the billions of potential casualties as a necessary industrial cost for the creation of a superior race. The atmosphere was the laboratory for his final experiment. The tactical infrastructure of the plan included a massive carrier ship and a secret airfield located within the volcanic regions of Central Africa. Wesker utilized the tri-cell resources to build a logistical network that bypassed the international security agencies. He monitored the progress of the viral synthesis with a detached focus, recording the data for a world he intended to lead. The bomber was the delivery system for a prehistoric fire that would burn the old world of the law and the corporation. Wesker was the architect of the end, and the countdown was absolute. Wesker's belief in his own right to rule was a documented symptom of the Project W psychological conditioning. He saw himself as the only individual capable of surviving the Ouroboros selection, making him the natural leader of the post-saturation world. He rejected the moral concerns of the survivors, viewing their struggle as a primitive attempt to protect a stagnant species. The plan was a clinical rejection of the human soul in favor of biological power. The world was merely the raw material for his throne. The Reaper was in the cockpit. The intervention of Chris and Shiva on the carrier ship was the only variable that threatened the mission's success. They successfully sabotaged the internal containment units, causing a localized leak that forced Wesker to engage them in direct combat. The marksman and the partner utilized the industrial environment to stay ahead of the god's supernatural speed. The battle was a visceral struggle between the old world of the Brotherhood and the new world of the viral god. The bomber was a cage where the future of the species was being decided in blood. Ultimately, the Ouroboros plan represented the terminal failure of the corporate dream. The organization had built a being that sought to destroy the very market that created it. Wesker had moved beyond the limits of the industrial contract to become an independent threat to the planet. The mission to stop the saturation was a documented victory for the BSAA's tactical resolve. The bomber eventually crashed into the volcano, ending the threat of the atmospheric seeding. The fire was contained, but the architect was still breathing. Part 28. The volcano. The final fight and the death of a god. The final confrontation between Chris Redfield and Albert Wesker took place within the caldera of an active volcano, following the crash of the Ouroboros bomber. Wesker, having been overdosed with the PG67AW serum, suffered a total cellular collapse that compromised his supernatural stability. In an act of desperate evolution, he merged his own biomass with the Ouroboros virus, transforming into a massive juggernaut of black tentacles and exposed muscle. The volcano served as a visceral stage for the end of the 1998 era. The fire was no longer a metaphor, it was the physical reality of the battleground. The combat in the volcano was a documented proof of the power gap between the human element and the viral god. Wesker utilized his mutated limbs to strike with a force that shattered the volcanic rock, moving with erratic and violent aggression. Chris and Sheva were forced to utilize the precarious terrain to isolate the monster and target the exposed core in his chest. Every strike was a measurement of their survival against an enemy that refused to stay in the ash. The heat was an environmental pressure that tested their physical and mental endurance to the absolute limit. The biological reality of Wesker's final form was a record of the virus's total dominance over the host. The Ouroboros strain was consuming his cells as fast as it was regenerating them, creating a cycle of permanent agony and viral rage. Wesker had traded his cold, clinical intellect for a primitive instinct for destruction. He was a being that had outgrown the world and was now being consumed by the very fire he sought to control. The god was a monster that was screaming in the dark of the crater. The Reaper was drowning in his own creation. The termination of Albert Wesker was executed through a coordinated tactical strike by the BSAA extraction team. As Chris and Sheva boarded the rescue helicopter, they utilized dual rocket launchers to strike the monster while he was submerged in the lava. The resulting explosion vaporized the remains of the super soldier, ending his life and his vision of a saturated world. This act was a documented victory for the human spirit over the corporate nightmare. The man who had started the war in the mansion was finally reduced to ash in the volcano. The death of Wesker resulted in an immediate power vacuum within the global biological black market. The organization he had built was dismantled, but the research he had finalized was already being scavenged by rival groups like the Connections and Neo Umbrella. The volcano was the grave of the architect, but the fire he had lit remained loose in the world. Chris watched the smoke of the crater from the safety of the aircraft, realizing that the 1998 chapter was officially closed. The survivors had outrun the god. The war was personal, and the victory was absolute. Ultimately, the volcano engagement was the definitive law beat for the end of the classic Resident Evil era. It proved that even a biological god possessed a terminal limit when faced with the unified resolve of the survivors. Wesker's death was a clinical signal that the old world of the founders and the super soldiers was over. The BSAA had successfully fulfilled its mission, but the cost had been a decade of blood and trauma. The morning light over the African plains was the first light of a new world. The fire was out in the crater. Part 29. Lost in Nightmares. The backstory of the fall. The Lost in Nightmares incident provided the essential tactical context for the night. Jill Valentine disappeared at the Spencer estate. It followed Chris and Jill as they navigated the Gothic corridors of the mansion, solving the mechanical puzzles that mirrored the original Arclay architecture. This mission was a clinical record of their final moments as a unified team. They encountered the specialized BOWs known as Guardians, which were designed to protect the founders' secrets with unyielding aggression. The estate was a museum of the organization's sin, and the heroes were the final visitors. The investigation led them to the library, where they discovered the necrotic remains of Oswell Spencer and the presence of Albert Wesker. The combat that followed was a documented proof of the supernatural power Wesker had achieved through the prototype virus. He moved with a speed that bypassed the human sensory range, neutralizing Chris and Jill with effortless efficiency. The partners realized that they were facing an enemy that had outgrown the laws of physics. The library was a death zone where the Alliance was being systematically dismantled by the god. The moment of Jill's sacrifice was a calculated tactical move to prevent the immediate execution of Chris. She recognized that Wesker was about to deliver a lethal strike and chose to tackle him through the reinforced window. The fall from the cliff was a visceral conclusion to her role as the officer of the law. This flashback established the depth of the trauma that Chris carried into the Kijuju mission. He had lived only because his partner had chosen to die in his place. The window was the exit point for the old world of the BSAA. Biologically, the incident showed the initial results of Wesker's self-experimentation. He was already displaying the heightened reflexes and the regenerative power that would define his end in 2009. The estate was the laboratory where he had officially terminated his loyalty to the corporate founders. He utilized the facility to gather the final records of the Project W initiative before the survivors arrived. The Lost in Nightmares mission was a clinical audit of the transition from the pharmaceutical giant to the independent god. The Reaper was moving into the light. The narrative value of the flashback was the stabilization of the Resident Evil 5 story. It provided the emotional stakes for Chris's obsession and the biological explanation for Jill's disappearance. The BSAA monitored the data from the mission, recording the total failure of the arrest attempt. The estate was eventually neutralized, but the ghost of the night remained in the organization's files. Jill Valentine was a hero who had been lost to the abyss of the European mountains. The return to the Spencer estate was a documented loop in the history of the prehistoric fire. The war that started in a mansion was reaching its climax in another mansion. Chris's journey through the Gothic halls was a movement toward the terminal truth of the organization. The sacrifice of Jill was the final price for the survival of the marksman. The Lost in Nightmares incident was the funeral for the Stars Brotherhood and the preamble to the African apocalypse. The night was long and the ghosts were real. Section 6, Degeneration and Damnation, 2008 and 2011. Part 30, Degeneration, 2008. The Willamette Airport outbreak. In 2008, a localized T-virus outbreak occurred at the Willamette Airport, initiating a high-stakes reunion for Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield. The incident was orchestrated by Curtis Miller, a survivor of the Raccoon City incident who sought to expose the corporate negligence of the Will Pharma Corporation. Miller utilized the viral load to turn the transportation hub into an absolute graveyard, forcing an immediate federal response. This event proved that the fall of Umbrella had only made the competition for biological weaponry more desperate. The airport was a laboratory for the new corporate race. The investigation revealed that Will Pharma had successfully scavenged the research of the original pharmaceutical giant to develop their own viral strains and vaccines. They utilized their political influence to secure government contracts, presenting themselves as a force for medical progress. However, the airport outbreak confirmed that they were merely the next iteration of the corporate rot. Leon and Claire navigated the burning terminal, piecing together the clues of the G-virus theft. The prehistoric fire was no longer a secret. It was a political tool for the men in the suits. Curtis Miller eventually infected himself with the G-virus, undergoing a violent mutation that transformed him into a massive juggernaut within the Will Pharma facility. This mutation was a documented record of the pathogen's ability to rewrite the host's DNA in a constant cycle of aggression. Leon was forced to utilize the industrial environment of the lab to neutralize the beast, proving that his experience on the island had hardened his tactical resolve. The termination of Miller was a clinical necessity to prevent the spread of the G mutation into the civilian population. The lab was a tomb for the man who sought revenge. The presence of Tricell in the aftermath of the outbreak provided the final law beat for the transition into the Kijuju incident. The organization utilized the chaos to acquire the G virus samples and the Will Pharma research, securing their dominance in the biological market. This act of industrial espionage was a documented victory for the corporate handlers. Leon and Claire realized that they were fighting a war that could not be won through a single investigation. The fire was being moved from one laboratory to another. The airport was a memory of blood and iron. The reunion of the Raccoon City survivors was a visceral reminder of the permanent trauma caused by the 1998 incident. Leon was now a detached federal agent, while Claire was a dedicated activist for TerraSave. They represented the two different paths of the resistance against the corporate machine. Their partnership at the airport was an accidental victory for the human element, but it could not stop the momentum of the biological arms race. The 2008 incident was a documented proof that the world was still on bio-alert. The Reaper was moving through the sky. Ultimately, the Degeneration incident was the definitive law beat for the rise of the post-umbrella corporations. It showed that the prehistoric fire was a decentralized threat that could strike at any modern infrastructure. The Will Pharma facility was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its destruction serving as a temporary reprieve for the species. Leon moved forward into his next mission with a clearer understanding of the political stakes. The airport was a signal that the fire was global. The night was breaking into a new world of corporate fear. Part 31, Damnation, 2011. The Eastern Slav Republic and the Tyrant Army. In 2011, Leon Kennedy was deployed to the Eastern Slav Republic to investigate the use of biological weapons in a localized civil war. The conflict featured the deployment of Plaga-controlled lickers and other BOWs by the rebel forces against the national government. This mission was a documented proof that the parasitic technology from the Spanish incident had successfully reached the global black market. The war zone was a clinical laboratory where the prehistoric fire was being utilized as a military enforcer. Leon was a ghost in a world of industrial violence. The biological reality of the conflict was characterized by the presence of the dominant species Plaga, which allowed the rebel leaders to maintain a psychic control over the infected swarms. This coordination turned the lickers into a specialized tactical unit that could liquidate an army within minutes. Leon navigated the ruined streets of the capital, piecing together the clues of the government's own biological research. He discovered that the president, Svetlana Belikova, was utilizing the outbreak to justify an absolute political purge. The war was a facade for an industrial experiment. The intervention of the Russian and American militaries resulted in a massive tactical engagement against an army of mass-produced T-103 tyrants. These super soldiers were deployed by the government to sanitize the city of all witnesses and rebel forces. The sight of multiple tyrants moving through the streets was a documented record of the organization's industrial capacity. The super soldier was no longer a rare prototype. It was a marketable product for the modern battlefield. Leon was forced to utilize the environment and the rebel forces to survive the mechanical aggression of the gods. Ada Wong was also present in the Republic, acting as a parallel agent for an unknown rival organization. She utilized the chaos to infiltrate the government's secret laboratory and retrieve the Plaga research. Her presence was a clinical reminder that the industrial spy was the master of the biological war. Ada provided Leon with the minimal support needed to survive the Tyrant encounter, maintaining her role as a shadow guardian of the Federal agent. The Republic was a stage for a game of global shadows, where the truth was a commodity. The fire was moving across the border. The termination of the Tyrant army was executed through a coordinated satellite and missile strike by the international forces. The city was vaporized to prevent the spread of the Plaga and the viral data. This act of industrial erasure was a documented conclusion to the Slavic conflict. Leon was extracted from the zone with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. He realized that the prehistoric fire was now a permanent part of the human warfare. The Republic was a memory of blood and iron. Ultimately, the Damnation incident was the definitive law beat for the normalization of biological weaponry. It proved that the corporate Reapers could be utilized by any sovereign nation to enforce its will. The Eastern Slav Republic was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. Leon moved forward into his next mission with awareness that the war was infinite. The Tyrant army was a signal that the 1998 era was a global reality. The fire was burning in the heart of the species. The night was long, and the gods were real. Section 7, Revelations 2, 2011, Part 32. Claire and Moira kidnapped the Sushestvovani Island experiment. In 2011, Claire Redfield and Moira Burton were kidnapped during a TerraSave banquet by a specialized tactical unit. They were transported to Sushestvovani Island, a derelict industrial site in the Baltic Sea that served as a private laboratory for an unknown architect. This environment was characterized by a repressive atmosphere of mechanical decay and biological rot. The survivors were forced to wear specialized bracelets that monitored their internal stress levels and fear responses. The island was a clinical cage where the human psyche was the primary subject. The kidnapping was orchestrated by Alex Weska, the final surviving subject of the Project W initiative. She utilized the island to conduct a large-scale experiment regarding the interaction between fear and viral mutation. The survivors were forced to navigate a series of lethal traps and puzzles, their movements recorded by an internal surveillance grid. Claire and Moira moved through the blood-stained wards of the island prison, piecing together the clues of the corporate betrayal. The prehistoric fire was being utilized as a psychological filter for the species. The primary biological threat on the island was the T-Phobos virus, a documented variant that triggered a violent mutation based on the host's level of terror. If the subject failed to manage their fear, the virus would rewrite their DNA into an aggressive and necrotic form. This was a clinical departure from the previous strains, which focused on raw physical power. Alex Weska wanted to find a host who could achieve absolute mental control over the fire. The island was a refinery for the human soul. The Reaper was in the bracelet. The relationship between Claire and Moira was a documented beat in the theme of professional and personal loyalty. Claire acted as the mentor for the younger survivor, guiding her through the tactical reality of the island horror. Moira, the daughter of Barry Burton, struggled with her own trauma regarding her family's history with the STARS unit. They were a unified unit of resistance in a world of engineered death. The island was a cemetery of high character and failed hopes, its history written in the blood of the prisoners. The survivor was a pawn in a game of global shadows. The investigation revealed that the island had been utilized for decades by the organization to conduct illegal research on the local population. The prisoners were treated as raw material for the viral trials. their bodies used to test the stability of the T. Phobos strain. Claire discovered the diaries of the staff, documenting the slow descent into madness and mutation. The island was an industrial relic of the Project W ambition, a world where the founders were replaced by a new, darker master. The fire was in the air. Ultimately, the kidnapping of Claire Redfield was the first act of the final Wesker drama. It proved that the legacy of Albert Wesker was being carried by an even more dangerous architect. The island was a stage for an evolutionary ritual that threatened the entire species. Claire's presence on the island was a clinical necessity for the researchers' vision. The 72 hours of the Baltic experiment were the preamble to the total collapse of the Wesker lineage. The night was breaking into a world of fear. Part 33. Alex Wesker, the sister of the god. Alex Wesker was the 12th subject of the Project W initiative and the only individual to share Albert Wesker's supernatural potential. She was a woman of absolute intellect and professional coldness, serving as a lead researcher for Oswell E. Spencer before the organization's collapse. Alex possessed the obsession with immortality and the preservation of her own consciousness, utilizing the T. Phobos virus to find a suitable host for a mental transfer. She was the architect of the Sushestvovani Island experiment, a woman who viewed the human race as a disposable archive for her soul. Her research was heavily influenced by the works of Franz Kafka, reflecting her own nihilistic view of the species and the industrial machine. She saw the world as a labyrinth where the only way to escape was through a total biological transformation. Alex utilized her position to build a private empire in the Baltic Sea, away from the prying eyes of the BSAA and the rival corporations. She was a reaper who operated with a literary flair, turning the biological war into a personal drama. The sister was the most dangerous mind in the Wesker lineage. The T. Phobos virus was the definitive achievement of her career, a pathogen that responded to the neurotransmitters associated with fear. Alex believed that the only person worthy of her consciousness was someone who could conquer their own terror in the face of absolute horror. She monitored the progress of the kidnapped survivors with a detached focus, recording their psychological decay. This clinical search for a successor was a documented act of professional hubris. Alex wanted to cheat death by becoming a god in a new body. The fire was in the bracelet. The deterioration of her own physical state was a documented catalyst for her aggression. Alex suffered from a chronic illness that threatened her life, forcing her to accelerate the timeline for the consciousness transfer. She viewed her own body as a failing vessel that needed to be replaced by the perfection of the next generation. This personal drama was the driver for the entire island incident. Alex was a woman who was fighting a war against her own mortality. The sister was a monster who was hiding in an ivory tower. The confrontation with the survivors eventually forced Alex into a state of absolute biological instability. She failed to find the perfect host in Claire, eventually turning her attention to the young girl known as Natalia Korda. Alex's attempt to transfer her mind resulted in a violent mutation that transformed her into a distorted and necrotic creature. She had become a witness to her own failure, a god who was trapped in a cemetery of her own making. The sister was reduced to a screaming beast in the dark of the island mines. Ultimately, Alex Wesker represented the final word on the Project W ambition. She was the woman who had traded her humanity for a dream of immortality and had ended up as a biological disaster. Her story was a documented tragedy of intellectual arrogance and personal fear. The island was her grave, and the virus was her legacy. Alex was the final reaper of the old world, a being that had outplayed herself in a quest for a throne of viral fire. The Wesker name was officially reaching its terminal end. Part 34, Barry Burton, arrives. The Father's Redemption. In 2011, Barry Burton arrived at Sushestvovani Island, following a 6-month silence from his daughter, Moira. This mission was a documented act of personal and professional redemption for the former STARS member. Barry had spent 13 years carrying the guilt of the Raccoon City incident and his failure to protect his teammates. He arrived on the island not as a mercenary, but as a father who was willing to burn the world to find his child. The boat was a harbor of hope in an ocean of engineered horror. The investigation of the island provided Barry with a visceral record of the biological atrocities committed by Alex Wesker. He moved through the ruined facilities with a tactical focus, utilizing his heavy weaponry to liquidate the necrotic swarms. Barry encountered Natalia Korda, a young girl who possessed a supernatural sensitivity to the presence of the infected. Their partnership was a documented beat in the theme of the protector and the innocent. Barry saw in Natalia a chance to correct the errors of his past. The father had found a new reason to fight the fire. Barry's tactical experience was a clinical advantage in the navigation of the island traps. He recognized the mechanical logic of the facilities, noting the similarities to the original Umbrella research. He was a veteran of the 1998 incident, who was now facing the final legacy of the Wesker name. Barry's resilience was a documented proof of the human element's survival against the corporate gods. He moved toward the ivory tower with unyielding resolve, his focus on the termination of the researcher. The father was a reaper with a heavy caliber. The psychological toll of the search was a recurring theme for the veteran officer. He discovered the evidence of Moira's struggle and her apparent death, forcing him to face the reality of his own failure. However, his partnership with Natalia provided him with the emotional stability needed to continue the mission. Barry realized that the island was a closed loop of trauma that could only be broken by a final act of violence. He was a man who had seen the face of the Reaper many times, and he was ready for one more encounter. The confrontation with the mutated Alex Wesker was the climax of Barry's journey. He utilized his skills to protect Natalia from the monster, acting as a shield for the future of the species. The battle was a visceral struggle between the old guard of the BSAA and the final product of the Project W project. Barry's victory was a documented proof that the human spirit could match the viral evolution through an act of selfless loyalty. The father had successfully redeemed his honor in the dark of the Baltic Sea. Ultimately, the arrival of Barry Burton was the definitive law beat for the closure of the STARS narrative. He was the last of the original heroes to finish his war against the Founders. The island was a cemetery of his past, but the escape was the start of his future. Barry departed the zone with a daughter and a secret, realizing that the fire was finally out in the Wesker line. The father was a hero who had found his peace in the wreckage of a corporate nightmare. The boat was moving toward the morning light. Part 35, Natalia and the Transfer, the Seed of Alex Wesker. Natalia Korda was a documented miracle of biological resilience, having survived the Terra Grigia panic without suffering a total psychological collapse. This absence of fear made her the perfect host for Alex Wesker's consciousness transfer project. The young girl was utilized as a biological archive, where the researcher's mind could be preserved beyond the limits of her physical body. The transfer was a clinical act of mental parasitism that threatened the identity of the innocent. Natalia was a vessel for a god that sought a second life in the modern world. The process of the transfer involved the use of specialized neurological terminals and the T-Phobos virus to synchronize the brain patterns of the subject and the host. Alex monitored the progress with a detached focus, recording the integration of her memories into Natalia's nervous system. The girl suffered from an increasing state of mental fragmentation, her own identity being suppressed by the cold intellect of the Wesker child. The transfer was a documented success for the Industrial Immortality Project. Natalia was no longer just a girl, she was an incubator for a Reaper. The struggle for Natalia's soul was a visceral theme in the final act of the island incident. While Barry Burton fought to protect her physical form, the mental remnant of Alex fought to claim her mind. This internal war was characterized by a supernatural sensitivity to the viral fire. Natalia could see the monsters through the walls, a gift that was a clinical byproduct of the Wesker intrusion. She was an individual who was caught in the center of a global conspiracy. The girl was the most valuable biological commodity in the Baltic Sea. The ending of the Revelations 2 narrative hinted that the consciousness transfer had successfully taken root within the young girl. While she appeared to be a normal survivor, her behavior suggested that the darker version of Alex now lived inside her psyche. Natalia began to read the works of Kafka and display a clinical detachment that mirrored her creator. The seed of the god had been planted in a healthy host, ensuring that the Wesker legacy would continue into the next decade. The girl was a ticking clock for the global security. Biologically, Natalia's state provided a documented proof of the potential for non-viral immortality. The organization had moved beyond the limits of the T-virus to achieve a total transfer of the human identity. This discovery was a high-level secret that was eventually scavenged by the connections and other rival groups. Natalia was a walking laboratory who possessed the power to rewrite the future of the biological war. The girl was a Reaper who wore a white dress. The fire was in her mind. Ultimately, the story of Natalia Korda was the most dangerous law beat of the post-Wesker era. It proved that the prehistoric fire could be hidden within the innocent and the young. The transfer was a documented victory for Alex Wesker, even in her physical death. The world believed that the Wesker name was gone, but the seed was growing in a quiet home. Natalia was the bridge to the next apocalypse. The night was breaking into a new world of psychological horror. The fire was waiting for the trigger. Section 8, Resident Evil 6, December 2012 to July 2013. Part 36, The C virus and its origins. The chrysalid evolution. The C virus was the advanced industrial achievement developed by the researcher Carla Radames over a period of 10 years. This pathogen was built upon a genetic foundation that integrated the T. veronica strain with a refined sample of the G virus harvested from the blood of Sherry Birkin. The resulting hybrid allowed for a unique mutation process known as the chrysalid state, where the infected host would enter a calcified cocoon before emerging as a specialized predator. This virus represented the peak of the biological arms race in the early 2010s. The prehistoric fire had reached a state of total structural adaptability. The mutation cycle of the C virus was characterized by the emergence of Javo, which were human hosts that maintained a high level of tactical intelligence and motor coordination. Unlike the stagnant zombies of the 1990s, the Javo could operate complex weaponry and follow strategic commands in an active war zone. When a Javo sustained significant physical trauma, the virus would initiate a localized mutation to repair the damage or adapt to the threat. This made the infected units the unyielding force on the modern battlefield. The organization known as Neo Umbrella utilized this technology to challenge the global security apparatus. The chrysalid phase served as a biological filter for the most aggressive mutations of the strain. Within the cocoon, the host's cellular structure was entirely rewritten to produce specialized forms such as the strilats or the napad. These creatures possessed unique physical attributes, ranging from toxic gas emissions to heavy organic armor. The organization monitored the success rate of these transformations, recording the data for a global theater of war. The C virus was a documented proof of the infinite potential for engineered horror. Every cocoon was an industrial nursery for a new Reaper. The origin of the virus was linked directly to the clinical obsession of Derek C. Simmons and his pursuit of a stable biological god. He funded the research through his secret fraternity, providing Carla with the resources needed to bypass the international regulations. The C virus was intended to be a tool for the total management of the global status quo, allowing the elite to liquidate any threat with a disposable army. However, the volatile nature of the T Veronica component made the strain nearly impossible to control once it reached the civilian population. The fire was growing beyond the laboratory. The distribution of the virus utilized a variety of delivery systems, including aerosolized gas and direct injection. This versatility allowed Neo Umbrella to initiate massive outbreaks in dense urban centers, such as Tall Oaks and Lanxiang, within minutes. The world was placed in a state of permanent bio-alert as the social order dissolved under the weight of the chrysalid swarms. The C virus was the catalyst for the largest bioterrorism incident in human history. The prehistoric fire was no longer a secret. It was atmospheric reality. The laboratory had expanded to include the entire planet. The historical context of the research revealed a total disregard for the human genome. Carla Radames had successfully merged the most dangerous pathogens of the previous 3 decades to create an absolute weapon. The C virus was the legacy of the Birkin and Ashford families, refined by a woman who sought to burn the world that betrayed her. The organization utilized the virus to erase the memory of the original Umbrella and replace it with a new era of biological terror. The chrysalid was the final word on the industrial evolution of the 1998 era. The Reaper was in the cocoon. Part 37. Carla Radames, the betrayed architect. Carla Radames was a brilliant researcher whose intellect was exploited by the clinical ambition of Derek C. Simmons. She was a woman of high scientific character who dedicated her career to the perfection of the C virus for the benefit of the family. However, her professional loyalty was met with an absolute personal betrayal when Simmons decided to utilize her as a genetic template for his psychological project. He sought to recreate Ada Wong through experimental application of the virus, transforming Carla into an identical clone of the industrial spy. The researcher was sacrificed to satisfy the obsession of a manager. The transformation process was a documented tragedy of biological engineering. Carla was subjected to a forced mutation that erased her original physical identity and rewrote her neural pathways to mimic the behavior of Ada Wong. This act of industrial violence resulted in a total psychological collapse, turning a dedicated scientist into an engine of global retribution. She founded the organization Neo Umbrella to ensure the total destruction of the world that Simmons sought to control. Carla was a Reaper who wore the face of a woman she had never met. The architect was a prisoner of her own design. Neo Umbrella served as the tactical vehicle for Carla's revenge against the global status quo. She utilized the C virus to initiate a series of massive outbreaks, targeting the military and political centers of the world. Her mission was to demonstrate the total failure of the family's control and to liquidate the man who had stolen her identity. Carla moved through the shadow war with a cold and mechanical focus, recording the data of the apocalypse she had created. She was a witness to the end of the 1998 era, she moving toward the terminal truth of the laboratory. The relationship between Carla and the real Ada Wong was characterized by a clinical irony. The clone sought to surpass the original by becoming a more effective agent of destruction. She utilized the C virus to create a world where the name Ada Wong was synonymous with global terror. This deception forced the real spy into the light, initiating a direct confrontation between the architect and the ghost. Carla was a being of pure viral fire who refused to be defined by her creator. The betrayal was the catalyst for her final evolution into a biological mass. Carla eventually utilized a concentrated dose of the C virus on herself, undergoing a final mutation that transformed her into a pulsating wall of white biomass. She sought to integrate the entire facility into her own nervous system, becoming a formless engine of pure consumption. This act was a documented proof of the virus's ability to destroy the host's sanity. Carla died as a monster that had outgrown the man who made her. The laboratory was the grave for the woman who had been erased by a corporate dream. The fire was out in her eyes. Ultimately, Carla Radames represented the human cost of the pharmaceutical arms race. She was a professional who had been reduced to a biological resource by the corporate elite. Her story was a tragedy of scientific hubris and personal regret. The C virus was her legacy, a flame that burned the world and the architect alike. Neo Umbrella collapsed with her death, leaving the world to face the fallout of her rage. Carla was the final reaper of the 2012 incident, a woman who had traded her soul for a chance to burn the god. Part 38. Derek C. Simmons and the Family, the master of the status quo. Derek C. Simmons served as the high-level head of a secret fraternity known as the Family, which had monitored and managed the global status quo for centuries. He was a man of absolute political power, who viewed the United States as a private asset for the corporate elite. Simmons believed that the preservation of the national interest required the total suppression of any biological truth that threatened the social order. He was the architect of the Tall Oaks outbreak, a calculated strike designed to eliminate the president before he could expose the Raccoon City secrets. The Family was the shadow government of the biological era. The organization utilized its massive financial and political resources to influence the municipal leadership and the international military agencies. Simmons moved through the halls of Washington with a clinical focus, recording the data of the global consensus. He viewed the C virus as a tactical tool that could be utilized to prune the human species and maintain the dominance of the family. This philosophy was a documented extension of the Spencer dream, refined by a man who possessed the power to enforce it. The status quo was a cage made of law and viral rot. Simmons's obsession with Ada Wong was the primary variable that led to his eventual downfall. He utilized the corporate laboratories to create a successful clone of the spy, an act that triggered the total betrayal of Carla Radames. This personal failure compromised the security of the family, leading to a global conflict that the organization could not contain. Simmons was a manager who had been outplayed by his own biological asset. The status quo was being dismantled by the very fire he had funded. The manager was becoming a victim of the lab. The Tall Oaks incident was a clinical demonstration of Simmons's ruthlessness. He vaporized the entire American city to protect the secrets of the 1998 incident. This act was a documented act of treason that turned the federal government into a biological war zone. Leon Kennedy was forced to hunt the man who had been his superior, realizing that the law was now a tool for the criminal elite. Simmons was a reaper who worked from the Oval Office, a man who traded the lives of citizens for a stable stock market. The fire was in the Capitol. The eventual infection of Simmons with the enhanced C virus strain resulted in a series of violent and unstable mutations. He transformed into a variety of predatory forms, ranging from an armored beast to a massive insectoid creature. These mutations were a recorded proof of the virus's total dominance over the host's nervous system. Simmons died as a witness to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize rank or political power. The master of the status quo was reduced to a biological statistic on the streets of China. The Reaper had been caught by the fire. Ultimately, Derek C. Simmons represented the absolute corruption of the political leadership in the biological age. He was the man who turned the law into a scythe for the corporate elite. The family remained in the shadows, but their primary architect was gone. The world was left with the evidence of his crimes and the fallout of the C virus. Simmons's story was a tragedy of arrogance and obsession. He had built a system of total control and was destroyed by the one variable he could not calculate. The status quo was dead. Part 39. Leon at Tall Oaks, the assassination and the frame. In December 2012, Leon Kennedy was forced to liquidate the zombified President of the United States in the city of Tall Oaks. This event was a documented tragedy that marked the total collapse of the federal authority. The president had intended to expose the truth of the Raccoon City incident, a move that would have dismantled the power of the family. Simmons initiated a localized C virus outbreak to prevent this disclosure, turning the university town into an absolute graveyard within hours. Leon was a witness to the murder of his own mission. Following the execution of the president, Leon was framed for the assassination by the corporate handlers of the family. He was labeled an international terrorist and a biological threat, forcing him to operate as an independent actor in a city of monsters. He was accompanied by Helena Harper, a Secret Service agent who had been coerced into assisting Simmons. Together, they navigated the burning streets of Tall Oaks, piecing together the clues of the corporate betrayal. The rookie cop had become a ghost in the National Security Archives. The frame was total. The atmospheric conditions of Tall Oaks mirrored the horror of the 1998 incident. The city was filled with an aerosolized version of the C virus, turning the population into a necrotic swarm that moved with a predatory coordination. Leon utilized his tactical experience to bypass the barricades and reach the municipal cathedral. He realized that the organization had successfully sacrificed a second city to protect its private secrets. Tall Oaks was a laboratory for the final cleanup of the Umbrella legacy. The fire was in the university halls. The investigation led Leon and Helena to a secret laboratory hidden beneath the city cathedral, where the C virus had been synthesized for the local deployment. They discovered the records of the Carla Radames experiment and the existence of the family. This intelligence provided Leon with the motive for the president's murder. He was no longer just a survivor. He was a hunter of the men who had turned the law into a biological weapon. The mission moved from the suburban graveyard toward the industrial heart of China. The Reaper was moving across the globe. The psychological impact of the Tall Oaks incident was absolute for the veteran agent. Leon had spent his entire career protecting the executive branch, only to be forced to kill the man he served. This trauma hardened his resolve to dismantle the family and clear his professional name. He moved through the world of international bioterrorism with the awareness that the law was a discarded theory. Helena acted as his moral anchor, her own guilt providing the fuel for their shared mission. They were two survivors who were walking through the end of the world. Leon's journey through Tall Oaks was a documented proof of his tactical resilience. He had matched the speed of the betrayal with the speed of his own survival. The city was eventually vaporized by a thermobaric strike to hide the evidence of Simmons's crimes. Leon stood in the wreckage of his own career, his eyes fixed on the man in the suits. He was a survivor who had lost his honor to a corporate lie. The night was breaking into a new world of political fear. The fire was in his blood. Part 40. Chris in Edonia, the broken captain. In December 2012, Chris Redfield led a BSAA tactical unit into the war-torn region of Edonia to investigate a localized C virus outbreak. The mission was characterized by a high level of biological aggression from the Javo units and the specialized BOWs deployed by Neo Umbrella. Chris moved through the urban ruins with a professional focus, unaware that he was walking into an absolute tactical trap. The mission was a clinical demonstration of the organization's power to dismantle an elite military force. The Edonian Mountains were a graveyard for the Alliance. The unit was intercepted by Carla Radames, who utilized a specialized viral needle to infect Chris's entire team during a high-stakes engagement. Chris watched as his men were converted into biological assets for the organization, their bodies being rewritten by the chrysalid mutation. This trauma resulted in a total psychological breakdown and an acute state of amnesia for the captain. He was found in a local hospital months later, a broken man who had lost his human identity to the prehistoric fire. The mission was a documented failure for the BSAA's lead officer. The period of amnesia allowed Chris to exist as a ghost in the machine, away from the responsibilities of the biological war. He spent his time in the local bars, his mind a void of silent memories and corporate betrayal. However, his protege, Piers Nivans, eventually located the captain and initiated a clinical intervention to restore his tactical resolve. Piers utilized the memory of the fallen unit to pull Chris back into the field for the China incident. The captain was a reaper who had to find his scythe once again. The recovery was a weight he carried into the fire. Chris returned to the BSAA with a directed rage that bordered on the irrational. He was no longer a peacekeeper. He was a hunter of the woman who had liquidated his squad. This personal mission compromised his tactical judgment, leading to a series of high-risk engagements in the city of Lanxiang. He viewed every Javo as a reminder of the Edonian failure. Piers acted as the moral anchor for the unit, ensuring that the captain remained focused on the global mission. The partnership was a documented struggle for the soul of the resistance. The biological reality of the Edonian incident was a recorded proof of the C virus's effectiveness against the military elite. The organization had successfully turned the BSAA's own training against them, creating a world where the heroes were the raw material for the mutation. Chris's trauma was a clinical byproduct of the corporate ambition. He moved through the streets of China with a heavy gait, his focus on the termination of the Carla clone. The war was personal, and the captain was a man who had nothing left to lose. Ultimately, the Edonian mission was the definitive law beat for Chris Redfield's evolution in the modern era. It proved that even the most decorated soldier was vulnerable to the psychological and biological fire. The loss of his unit was a documented scar on the Alliance's history. Chris moved forward into the final act of 2013 with awareness that the Reaper was standing right behind him. He was a survivor who was fighting for the ghosts of his men. The fire was out in the mountains, but it was burning in his heart. Part 41. Jake Muller, the son of the god. Jake Muller was an independent mercenary operating in Edonia during the 2012 outbreak, unaware of his own supernatural potential. He was the biological son of Albert Wesker, possessing a unique genetic lineage that granted him an absolute immunity to the C virus. His blood was the primary resource needed to synthesize a global vaccine, making him the world's most hunted man. Jake viewed himself as a professional who lived for the profit, until the arrival of Sherry Birkin forced him to face the reality of his own heritage. The sun was a biological anchor for the species. The mercenary's physical output was a documented proof of the Project W success. He possessed a level of speed and strength that surpassed the human limit, allowing him to engage the BOWs in hand-to-hand combat. Jake moved through the war zone with a cynical detachment, recording the data of his own survival. He saw the world as an industrial market where the human life was a discarded currency. However, his partnership with Sherry provided him with a human variable that challenged his mercenary logic. The sun was starting to act like a hero. The organization known as Neo Umbrella utilized its primary heavy enforcer, the Ustanak, to hunt Jake across 2 continents. This super soldier was a clinical masterpiece of biological engineering, designed for the total retrieval of the Wesker lineage. Jake and Sherry were caught in a perpetual loop of pursuit and escape, their movements recorded by an internal surveillance grid. The Ustanak was an unyielding engine of destruction that ignored the laws of human warfare. The hunt was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the mercenary and the god. Jake's relationship with his father's legacy was a recurring theme in his tactical evolution. He initially rejected the connection to Albert Wesker, viewing the man as a monster who had abandoned his family. However, as the global catastrophe reached its peak, Jake realized that he was the only individual capable of finishing the war his father had started. He chose to utilize his blood as a weapon for the good of the species. The sun was an accidental savior who was walking in the shadows of the mansion. The fire was in his veins. The partnership with Sherry Birkin was a documented beat in the theme of the children of the villains. They were 2 individuals who had been forged in the corporate labs and were now fighting to protect the world from the corporate rot. Sherry provided the moral authority and the tactical intelligence needed to keep Jake focused on the extraction. Together, they navigated the underwater laboratories of China, piecing together the final records of the C virus. The son and the daughter were the final witnesses to the end of the 1998 era. Ultimately, Jake Muller represented the potential for human redemption within the biological arms race. He was a man who had been built by a god and had chosen to remain human. His blood was the cure for a world that was being consumed by the chrysalid fire. The termination of the Ustanak was a clinical proof of Jake's superiority over the engineered Reaper. He moved forward into the post-incident world as an independent actor, his focus on the protection of the innocent. The son was a hero who had found his own path. Part 42. Sherry and Jake, the children of the villains. The partnership between Sherry Birkin and Jake Muller was a documented synchronicity between 2 of the most significant biological lineages in the world. They were the children of William Birkin and Albert Wesker, the two primary architects of the 1998 disaster. This duo represented a historical bridge between the old corporate conspiracy and the modern era of bioterrorism. Sherry acted as the primary tactical handler for the mercenary, utilizing her federal authority to ensure the retrieval of the global vaccine. They were two survivors who were walking through the ruins of their parents' ambition. The duo was relentlessly hunted by the Ustanak, a biological weapon specifically programmed to capture Jake Muller and secure the Wesker antibodies. This pursuit spanned across the frozen mountains of Edonia and the urban centers of China, creating a landscape of constant high-stakes combat. Sherry utilized her own superhuman healing factor to act as a shield for Jake, while he provided the raw physical power needed to overcome the mechanical aggression of the Reaper. Their struggle was a visceral demonstration of the human element's resilience against the industrial machine. The hunt was a documented test of their bond. Sherry understood the psychological burden that Jake carried better than any other operative in the field. She had spent 15 years as a laboratory resource, living under the shadow of the G virus and the corporate rot. This shared trauma allowed her to build a connection with the cynical mercenary, pushing him to move beyond his selfish instincts. She saw in Jake the same potential for redemption that had defined her own life. The partnership was a clinical success for the human variable. The daughter was leading the son through the fire. Jake Muller's evolution during the mission was a recorded proof of Sherry's influence. He initially viewed her as a federal handler who was protecting a valuable asset, but he eventually saw her as a professional peer and a personal ally. He chose to risk his own life to ensure her extraction from the underwater facility, a move that challenged his mercenary logic. The relationship was a documented victory for the human soul over the genetic code. The children of the villains had successfully reclaimed their own identities from the laboratory dark. The tactical coordination between the two survivors was an industrial marvel. They utilized the environment to trap the Ustanak, piecing together the mechanical puzzles of the hidden facilities to find the path to the surface. Sherry's technical knowledge and Jake's physical output created a unified force that even Neo Umbrella could not contain. They were the prophets of a new era, where the prehistoric fire was challenged by the children of the flame. The partnership was a documented signal that the 1998 era was reaching its terminal end. Ultimately, the story of Sherry and Jake was the most human lore beat of the 2013 incident. It proved that the legacy of the monsters could produce a miracle of protection. They departed the final battle with the global vaccine secure and their professional honor intact. Sherry returned to the DSO as a veteran officer, while Jake moved into the shadows as an independent guardian. They were the witnesses who would tell the story of the end of the world. The fire was in their blood, but the light was in their hands. Part 43. Ada's RE6 campaign, The Hunt for the Clone. In 2013, the real Ada Wong operated as an independent shadow agent to dismantle the organization known as Neo Umbrella and clear her professional name. She was being blamed for the global bioterrorism initiated by her clone, Carla Radames, making her a primary target for the federal and international agencies. Ada utilized her tactical gear and her industrial intelligence to track Carla's movements through the urban war zone of Lanxiang. She was a professional who was hunting her own ghost in a world of engineered horror. The campaign was a clinical pursuit of the truth. Ada's mission required a high level of situational awareness, as she had to bypass the military barricades and the necrotic swarms while avoiding a direct confrontation with Leon Kennedy. She moved through the rooftops and the shipyards recording the performance of the C virus for her own private archives. Ada realized that the clone was a biological masterpiece that threatened the stability of the global black market. Her goal was the total destruction of the Carla project and the retrieval of the research data. The spy was an auditor of the apocalypse. The investigation led Ada to the secret underwater laboratory where Carla had finalized the synthesis of the chrysalid strain. She discovered the records of the Simmons experiment and the visceral details of the clone's creation. This intelligence provided the final proof of the industrial betrayal. Ada utilized her technical skills to sabotage the facility's containment units, ensuring that the Neo Umbrella infrastructure was liquidated. She was a reaper who was erasing her own history from the corporate files. The laboratory was a grave for the lie. The final confrontation with the mutated Carla was a documented proof of Ada's tactical superiority. She utilized her speed and her weaponry to neutralize the biological mass, ending the threat of the Ada clone with a clinical efficiency. This victory allowed her to reclaim her identity and provide Leon with the evidence needed to clear his name. Ada remained a shadow guardian of the federal agent, monitoring his progress through the final hours of the China incident. The spy was a woman who lived in the gaps of the national security. Ada's role in the incident was essential for the containment of the C virus payload. She successfully neutralized the primary delivery systems on the carrier ship, preventing an even larger global catastrophe. Her campaign was a documented success for the independent operative. She departed the scene with the data and the truth, leaving the world to wonder about the identity of the woman in red. Ada Wong was the master of the biological war, a being that moved through the fire without being burned. The Reaper was gone. Ultimately, the 2013 campaign confirmed that Ada Wong was the most effective tactical actor in the biological era. She had successfully outplayed a global organization and a political head to maintain her professional autonomy. The hunt for the clone was a clinical demonstration of her resilience and her intellect. She stood on the threshold of the next phase of the war, her focus on the global status quo. Ada was a survivor who had turned her own ghost into a weapon. The fire was her path. Part 44. Piers Nivans, the protege's sacrifice. Piers Nivans served as the primary tactical support and the moral anchor for Chris Redfield during the China incident of 2013. He was an elite marksman who possessed unyielding dedication to the BSAA mission and the recovery of his captain. Piers was the one who pulled Chris back from his psychological breakdown, providing the leadership needed to navigate the urban apocalypse. He was a professional who viewed the brotherhood of the unit as a sacred contract. The protege was a warrior who was fighting for the soul of his mentor. During the final engagement in the underwater laboratory, Piers sustained a catastrophic physical injury that resulted in the total loss of his right arm. To save Chris from the biological god known as Hyos, Piers chose to inject himself with the enhanced dose of the C virus. This act of selfless sacrifice was a documented beat in the theme of professional loyalty. Piers utilized the resulting mutation to generate a specialized organic weapon, providing the electrical output needed to stun the beast. Other soldier had become a biological asset to protect the marksman. The transformation of Piers Nivans was a visceral demonstration of the virus's power and the human spirit's resilience. He maintained his mental focus, even as the chrysalid fire was rewriting his nervous system. Piers directed his new physical power toward the termination of the BOW, ensuring that Chris reached the extraction pod. This struggle was a documented proof of the Star's legacy's endurance in the modern era. The protege was a reaper who had traded his humanity for a final victory. The fire was in his arm. Piers's final act was the tactical isolation of Chris Redfield. He forced the captain into the extraction pod and stayed behind to ensure the destruction of the facility and the monster. This move was a clinical rejection of the survivor's guilt, pushing Chris to continue the war against the pharmaceutical giants. Piers died in an underwater graveyard of high-tech science and blood. His sacrifice was the final word on the Adonian failure. The soldier had fulfilled his duty, leaving the captain to carry the memory of the unit. The psychological impact of Piers's death was absolute for Chris Redfield. He had lost his protege and his unit in a single war, leaving him as the last witness to the 2013 incident. Chris returned to the BSAA with a new understanding of the price of the mission. He carried Piers's tactical vest as a permanent reminder of the sacrifice. The soldier was a hero who had found his peace in the dark of the ocean. The protege was a light that had guided the marksman through the fire. Ultimately, the sacrifice of Piers Nivens was the most significant lore beat for the transition into the Resident Evil 7 era. It proved that the prehistoric fire required a human price to be contained. Piers's story was a tragedy of professional loyalty and personal bravery. He had successfully saved the world's most decorated soldier, ensuring that the resistance remained strong. The underwater facility was his grave, and the virus was his final weapon. The Reaper was a young man with the electrical claw. Part 45. The end of RE6, A World on BioAlert. The conclusion of the 2013 incident resulted in the total collapse of the family's immediate infrastructure and the liquidation of Derek C. Simmons. The C virus was contained through the efforts of the BSAA and the DSO, but the sheer scale of the global attack left the planet in a state of permanent biological alert. Urban centers across 3 continents had been vaporized or infected, turning the municipal map into a series of restricted graveyard zones. The 1998 era had reached its terminal peak. The world was a laboratory where the fire was never fully out. The social and political fallout of the incident was absolute. The public realized that the federal leadership was compromised by the corporate elite, leading to a wave of international scandals and a total loss of trust in the status quo. The organization known as Neo Umbrella was dismantled, but its research was already in the hands of the global black market. The prehistoric fire was now a decentralized threat that could be utilized by any minor terrorist cell. The world was moving toward an era of chronic biological instability. The alert was constant. The survivors of the incident moved into the next phase of their careers with an awareness that the war was infinite. Leon Kennedy and Sherry Birkin returned to the DSO, their focus on the political hunters of the family. Chris Redfield remained with the BSAA, his leadership fueled by the memory of Piers and the Adonian squad. Jake Muller disappeared into the shadows, an independent guardian who utilized his antibodies to protect the innocent. They were the prophets of an apocalypse that had already arrived. The survivors were the only ones who knew the price of the peace. The biological reality of the post-2013 world was characterized by the persistence of the chrysalid mutations in the ecosystem. The C virus had left a permanent scar on the global genome, necessitating a constant monitoring of the urban water and air. The military had to adapt to a landscape where the Javo were the standard combatant. The pharmaceutical giants had been replaced by shadow syndicates like the Connections, who utilized the research of the past to build the Reapers of the future. The fire was moving into the deep earth. The end of the incident was a clinical signal that the corporate giants were no longer the primary actors in the biological war. The fire was now a global commodity that defied the laws of any single nation. The Raccoon City tragedy had been surpassed by a planetary disaster. The world was a funeral pyre for the old world of industrial power. The survivors were the guardians of the truth in a world of engineered lies. The 1998 era was over, and the era of the E-series was beginning. The alert was the heartbeat of the species. Ultimately, the end of Resident Evil 6 was the definitive law beat for the transition into the modern horror narrative. It proved that the prehistoric fire had outgrown the industrial cage. The world was a different place, characterized by an absolute fear of the biological mutation. The survivors were the legacy of a city that had been erased from the map, fighting to ensure that the rest of the planet did not follow. The night was long, and the fire was burning in every corner. The end was just the beginning. Part 46, Infinite Darkness, 2006. The Penamstan Connection and the White House Infiltration. In the year 2006, a significant biological incident occurred within the White House, serving as a documented preamble to the global C virus catastrophe. Leon Kennedy was deployed to the executive mansion to investigate a sophisticated network breach that coincided with a localized zombie outbreak. This event was linked directly to the previous civil war in Penamstan, where a specialized tactical unit known as the Mad Dogs was utilized as an industrial testing ground for early viral research. The White House infiltration was a clinical demonstration of the corporate reach into the federal government. The prehistoric fire had reached the center of the American power. The investigation revealed a massive cover-up involving the United States military and the development of a super soldier program. Jason, a decorated hero of the Penamstan conflict, acted as the primary antagonist, seeking to expose the truth of the viral experiments conducted on his squad. He utilized a concentrated T virus strain to initiate a terminal mutation, becoming a biological juggernaut that threatened the structural integrity of the underground facility. Jason represented the human cost of the industrial ambition, a soldier who had been turned into a reaper by his own masters. The White House was a stage for a professional betrayal. Leon Kennedy moved through the secret corridors of the Capitol with a tactical focus, piecing together the clues of the Penamstan conspiracy. He encountered the evidence of the organization's influence within the Defense Department, realizing that the biological war was being managed by the men in the suits. This mission reinforced Leon's growing cynicism toward the federal leadership, as he saw the law being used as a shield for the corporate rot. The infiltration was a high-stakes struggle for the control of the national security archives. The rookie cop was now a veteran of the political shadows. The biological reality of the Penamstan incident was a recorded proof of the virus's ability to produce a stable super soldier under extreme duress. Jason possessed a level of physical power and mental coordination that surpassed the standard tyrant models, making him an absolute threat to the executive branch. Leon was forced to utilize the industrial environment of the facility to neutralize the beast, proving that his experience on the island was the essential asset. The termination of the hero was a clinical necessity to prevent the spread of the viral load. The laboratory was a grave for the Mad Dog's legacy. Claire Redfield operated as a parallel investigator for TerraSave, uncovering the evidence of the Penamstan atrocities through the local refugees. Her discovery of the Gideon files provided the necessary context for Leon's mission, proving that the organization had successfully decentralized its research into the developing nations. The partnership between the two survivors was an accidental victory for the human element, but it could not stop the momentum of the political cover-up. The White House incident was a documented sign that the prehistoric fire was a permanent part of the national infrastructure. The truth was buried in the dark. The aftermath of the infiltration resulted in a total erasure of the evidence by the federal handlers. The government utilized its authority to silence the witnesses and maintain the global status quo. Leon and Claire were left with the knowledge of the conspiracy, but no physical proof to present to the public. This event solidified the ideological gap between the two survivors, as Leon chose to remain within the system to fight the fire from the inside. The 2006 incident was a clinical signal that the war was moving into the capital. The Reaper was in the Oval Office. Part 47, Vendetta 2017. The Animality Virus and the New York Strike. In 2017, a high-stakes biological attack was initiated in New York City by Glenn Arias, a black market dealer who sought retribution for a personal tragedy. Arias utilized a specialized pathogen known as the A virus, or the Animality Virus, which possessed a unique trigger mechanism that could distinguish between friends and enemies. This was a documented achievement in the field of discriminatory biological warfare. The city was turned into an absolute war zone within minutes, as the aerosolized gas converted the civilian population into a coordinated necrotic swarm. The urban center was a laboratory for the new Reaper. The mission to stop Arias resulted in a tactical synchronization between Chris Redfield and Leon Kennedy. They moved through the high-rise buildings of the city with a professional focus, utilizing their combined experience to neutralize the Javo units and the specialized BOWs. Chris acted as the primary leader of the BSAA force, while Leon provided the heavy firepower and the investigative reach of the DSO. The partnership was a visceral demonstration of the human spirit's resilience against the industrial machine. The New York strike was a clinical trial for the global arms race. The fire was in the sky. Rebecca Chambers returned to the field as a lead researcher to develop a vaccine for the A virus. She discovered that the pathogen integrated a latent viral load that could be triggered by a secondary chemical agent, making the outbreak nearly impossible to contain with standard protocols. Rebecca's intellect was the only thing capable of matching the speed of the Arias mutation. She was eventually infected by the dealer, serving as a biological subject for the refinement of the trigger virus. The student of the mansion was once again caught in the prehistoric fire. The vaccine was an industrial hope. The final confrontation took place on the roof of a corporate skyscraper, where Arias merged his own biomass with a mutated tyrant specimen. This form featured a massive increase in muscle mass, and an array of sensory eyes that monitored the survivors with a cold intelligence. The battle was a visceral struggle between the old world of the marksman and the new world of the viral god. Chris and Leon utilized their tactical coordination to isolate the monster and deliver a terminal strike. The termination of Arias was a clinical necessity to stop the gas deployment. The Reaper was dead on the roof. The biological reality of the A virus confirmed that the organization had successfully mastered the discriminatory potential of the prehistoric fire. The virus could be programmed to ignore specific genetic markers, allowing for a managed apocalypse where only the enemies were liquidated. This discovery was a high-level secret that threatened the stability of the international security. The New York incident was a documented success for the industrial dealers who sought to sell the end of the world. The city was a memory of blood and iron, its population saved by a chemical miracle. Ultimately, the Vendetta incident proved that the biological war was a reality that connected the black market directly to the civilian populations. The organization had outgrown the hidden laboratories to strike at the heart of the global economy. Chris and Leon departed the scene with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The vaccine was distributed through the municipal water, neutralizing the latent infection in the survivors. The fire was out in the city, but the market was still open. The night was long, and the Reapers were global. Part 48, The Connections and Eveline, the E-Series project. The Connections functioned as a high-level criminal syndicate that specialized in the research and development of biological weaponry for the global black market. In partnership with the HCF organization, they initiated the E-Series project to create a sentient human weapon capable of psychological dominance. This project utilized a prehistoric fungal organism known as the mutamycete, or the mold, to rewrite the host's cellular structure. The resulting specimen, designated as E001 or Eveline, was a documented peak of the biological engineering in the 2010s. The fire was now a fungal parasite. Eveline was designed to operate as a psychological weapon that could mind control entire populations through the distribution of fungal spores. The mold allowed her to establish a psychic link with the infected hosts, turning them into a coordinated family of necrotic servants. This mechanism bypassed the need for traditional viral transmission, making the E-Series an absolute threat to the national security. The organization viewed Eveline as an industrial miracle that could liquidate her enemy force without firing a single shot. The child was a Reaper that wore a white dress. The biological reality of the mutamycete included a supernatural regenerative ability and a total sensory awareness for the host. The mold could reconstruct damaged tissue within seconds, making the infected individuals nearly impossible to terminate with standard munitions. Eveline utilized this power to maintain her control over the local environment, creating a network of biological sensors that monitored the intruders. The Connections recorded the data of her growth, noting the clinical instability of the psychological link. The lab was a world of black rot and industrial secrets. Eveline's design included an accelerated aging process that was intended to act as the internal limiter for the weapon. However, this feature became a catastrophic liability as her mental stability dissolved under the pressure of the accelerated cycle. She developed an obsessive need for a familial structure, utilizing her psychic power to enslave the people she encountered. The organization realized that their masterpiece was the unyielding force of biological chaos. The Connections had built a god and were now losing the leash. The child was becoming a monster. The logistics of the project required absolute secrecy and a mobile laboratory to avoid the detection of the BSAA. The organization utilized a disguised cargo ship known as the Annabelle to transport Eveline to a secondary facility in Central America. This voyage was a documented act of industrial espionage that eventually resulted in the total collapse of the containment protocols. The mold was a prehistoric fire that was moving across the ocean in an iron cage. The crew was merely the raw material for the first outbreak. The ship was a funeral pyre. Ultimately, the creation of Eveline was the definitive law beat for the transition into the modern horror era. It proved that the organization had moved beyond the limits of the T-virus to achieve a total control over the human mind. The Connections were the new masters of the biological war, utilizing the ancient fungal rot to rewrite the future of the species. The E-Series was a signal that the Reaper could now hide in the psyche of a child. The fire was in the spores, and the world was about to inhale. Part 49. The Dulvey incident begins. The wreck of the Annabelle. The Dulvey incident began in 2014, when the cargo ship Annabelle suffered a total containment failure during a high-stakes transport mission. Eveline, the E001 prototype, she suffered a mental collapse and utilized her psychic power to liquidate the security team and the crew. The ship was transformed into a biological graveyard within hours, as the mold consumed the structural integrity of the vessel. This act was a documented proof of the E-series instability. The Annabelle drifted into the Louisiana Bayou, an iron tomb for the corporate ambition. The wreck of the ship initiated a localized outbreak in the Dulvey region, as the fungal spores reached the local ecosystem and the residential districts. The Baker family, a group of quiet civilians who lived near the bayou, discovered the wreckage and rescued the survivors, including Mia Winters and Eveline. This act of human empathy was met with an absolute biological betrayal. Eveline utilized the opportunity to infect the family, turning the household into her own private laboratory for the familial experiment. The Bakers were the first victims of the fungal fire. The rapid infection of the Baker family was a clinical record of the mutamycete's effectiveness. Jack, Marguerite, and Lucas were subjected to a total cellular rewrite that granted them supernatural strength and a regenerative hide. However, the infection also resulted in a total loss of their moral and mental stability, as Eveline's psychic link turned them into aggressive protectors of her new home. The estate became a biological cage where the natural order was replaced by the logic of the child. The Dulvey property was a grave for the old world. The connections monitored the incident from a distance, utilizing their local agents to gather the data on the mold's growth. They realized that the Baker house provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term performance of the E-series in a domestic environment. The organization provided Lucas Baker with a specialized serum to maintain his mental autonomy, turning the son into an industrial spy within his own family. The Dulvey incident was a documented success for the industrial audit. The Reaper was standing in the kitchen. The total isolation of the property was maintained through the manipulation of the local authorities and the suppression of the evidence. The missing persons cases in the region were categorized as accidental disappearances, allowing the biological fire to burn without the interference of the BSAA. The Bakers moved through the ruins of their lives, their humanity erased by the black rot of the mutamycete. The estate was a museum of industrial sin, where the human element was the primary fuel. The nightmare was a secret of the bayou. Ultimately, the start of the Dulvey incident was the funeral for the civilian peace in the Louisiana region. The connections had successfully sacrificed a family to protect their research data. Evelyn was the master of the estate, a being that had turned a home into a factory for the apocalypse. The wreck of the Annabelle was the signal that the prehistoric fire was now a domestic reality. The survivors were the only ones who knew the price of the rescue. The fire was in the swamp, and it was waiting for Ethan Winters. Section 10, Resident Evil 7, 2017, Part 50, Ethan Winters Before the Game. The Systems Engineer. Ethan Winters was a systems engineer residing in Texas, living a quiet civilian life that was entirely separate from the global biological war. He possessed no tactical training or professional knowledge of the corporate reapers that had burned the world in the previous 2 decades. Ethan's identity was defined by his professional career and his marriage to Mia, a woman he believed was an industrial consultant. He was an ordinary man who was about to be caught in a high-stakes biological drama. The rookie cop was replaced by a systems engineer. The disappearance of Mia Winters during the Annabelle mission in 2014 left Ethan in a state of terminal grief and professional confusion. He was told that his wife had died in a maritime accident, a clinical lie delivered by the federal handlers of the connections. For 3 years, Ethan lived in a world of silence and empty records, unaware that his wife was an operative for a criminal syndicate. This ignorance was a tactical shield that the organization utilized to protect their secrets. The engineer was a witness who did not know he was a witness. In 2017, Ethan received a mysterious video message from Mia, urging him to stay away from the Dulvey region, while also signaling her survival. This message was the catalyst for his decision to drive to Louisiana to find the truth. Ethan's psyche was characterized by a desperate need for closure that bypassed his survival instinct. He moved toward the Baker estate with absolute lack of tactical awareness, his focus on the reunion with his wife. The systems engineer was a human variable that the organization had not accounted for in their mission. The drive to Dulvey was a psychological transition from a civilian world to a biological nightmare. Ethan moved through the desolate roads of the bayou, noting the oppressive atmosphere of the regional decay. He possessed only a local map and a minimal amount of supplies, a clinical contrast to the elite operatives of the BSAA. Ethan was the first protagonist in the modern era who entered the fire without a gun or a badge. He was a being of pure human emotion, moving toward an altar of engineered death. The engineer was a pawn. The arrival at the guest house was the moment the old life of Ethan Winters was officially terminated. He discovered the evidence of Mia's presence and the biological rot of the mutamycete, realizing that his wife was not the woman he remembered. The guest house was a clinical trap that forced him into a direct confrontation with the prehistoric fire. Ethan's first hour in the house was a documented record of his physical vulnerability. He was a man who was fighting a war with his hands and his mind. The Reaper was in the cellar. Ultimately, the background of Ethan Winters was the definitive law beat for the shift into the everyman horror narrative. It proved that the prehistoric fire could strike at any civilian household, regardless of their status or training. Ethan's journey was a documented struggle for the survival of the human soul in a world of industrial monsters. He was a husband who was willing to risk everything for a lie. The drive to the Baker house was the start of a 3-year apocalypse for the Winters family. The engineer was the new face of the horror. N Part 51, the Baker family, the infected household. The Baker family was a documented record of the total degradation of the human unit under the influence of the mutamycete. Jack Baker, the father, was transformed into a regenerative brute who possessed a supernatural physical output and an unyielding aggression. He served as the primary enforcer of Eveline's will, utilizing his industrial tools to liquidate the intruders with a clinical efficiency. Jack was a being of pure biological fire who refused to stay deceased. The father was a reaper who wore a flannel shirt. The house was his kingdom. Marguerite Baker, the mother, suffered a mutation that allowed her to control the local insect swarms, turning her own body into a biological hive. She patrolled the greenhouse and the guest house with a predatory grace, utilizing her toxic pets to ambush the survivors. Marguerite's transformation was a documented proof of the mold's ability to merge the host with the surrounding ecosystem. She was a woman who had traded her maternal instinct for a viral rage. The mother was a monster who lived in the filth of the bayou. The hive was her heart. Lucas Baker, the son, was a clinical anomaly within the family, as he maintained his mental autonomy through a secret arrangement with the connections. He was a technical genius who utilized the estate to build a series of lethal traps and puzzles, recording the performance of the survivors for his industrial masters. Lucas was a predator who enjoyed the psychological torture of his victims, moving through the house with a detached focus. He was the only baker who was an intentional actor in the biological drama. The son was an industrial spy in a house of ghosts. Zoe Baker was the final member of the household and the only one who sought an industrial cure for the infection. She remained in a state of partial resistance, utilizing her local knowledge to guide Ethan through the traps of the estate. Zoe represented the human spirit's resilience against the fungal fire, a woman who refused to become a biological asset for the child weapon. Her search for the serum was a documented struggle for the survival of her family's identity. The daughter was the light in the dark of the bayou. The transformation of the household into a biological cage was a clinical success for the E-Series project. The house was a museum of industrial sin, where the natural order was replaced by the logic of the mutamicete. The Bakers moved through the ruins of their lives, their humanity erased by the black rot of the child. The estate was a cemetery of high character and failed hopes, its history written in the blood of the innocent. The family was a tool for a global conspiracy. The fire was in the kitchen. Ultimately, the story of the Baker family was the most tragic law beat of the 2017 incident. It proved that the organization valued the research data over the lives of the citizens. The Bakers were a successful data point for the industrial audit, a family that had been turned into a reaper to satisfy a corporate vision. Their destruction was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the fungal fire. The house was a funeral pyre for the civilian peace. The family was a memory of blood and iron. Part 52. Eveline, the child weapon. Eveline was the biological heart of the Dulvey incident, a being that stood at the peak of the industrial super soldier project. She was a documented miracle of genetic engineering, a child who possessed the power to rewrite the human species through a psychic link. Evelyn utilized the mutamicete to establish an absolute dominance over the Baker family and the regional environment. Her mission was the creation of a familial structure that could protect her from the corporate reapers. The child was a reaper who sought a home. The fire was her mind. The biological reality of Eveline included an accelerated aging process that transformed her into an elderly woman within 3 years. This grandma form served as a tactical camouflage, allowing her to monitor the survivors from her wheelchair without being targeted as a primary threat. The organization recorded the data of this transition, noting the clinical instability of the host's nervous system. Eveline's psyche was a void of loneliness and viral rage, her every thought amplified by the psychic spores of the mold. The child was a being of pure biological stress. Eveline's need for a family was a documented symptom of the psychological conditioning she suffered in the lab. She saw the world as a place that had abandoned her and utilized her power to enslave the people who could provide her with the emotional support she lacked. This obsessive need was the primary driver for the Dulvey outbreak, as she turned the Baker house into a nursery for her new kin. The child weapon was a failure of the industrial soul, a being that sought to become human through the destruction of humanity. The psychic link between Eveline and the infected hosts was an absolute mechanism of control. She could induce hallucinations and physical pain in her victims, ensuring their total compliance with her commands. Ethan Winters was subjected to this psychological pressure throughout his journey, realizing that the child was the master of his reality. The grandma was always watching, her eyes a clinical record of the corporate rot. The link was a documented proof of the E-series dominance. The Reaper was in the psyche. The total failure of the Connection's containment plan resulted in Eveline's final mutation into a massive fungal mass that consumed the entire estate. She sought to integrate the house and the land into her own nervous system, becoming a formless engine of pure consumption. This transformation was a clinical signal that the prehistoric fire had outgrown the child's container. Eveline died as a monster that had never been a human, her final roar a testament to the tragedy of the E-series. The Reaper was dead in the swamp. Ultimately, Eveline represented the terminal failure of the industrial ambition to create a sentient weapon. She was a woman who had been denied a life to become a biological asset. Her story was a documented warning that the fire does not recognize the innocence of a child. The Dulvey incident was the funeral for her dream of a family. The organization had lost their masterpiece to a systems engineer and a tactical unit. Eveline was a memory of black rot and industrial sin. The fire was out. Part 53. Mia Winters, the handler and the victim. Mia Winters was the elite operative for the Connection Syndicate, acting as the primary handler for the Eveline prototype during the Annabelle mission. She possessed a high level of industrial intelligence and tactical training, moving through the world of global bioterrorism with a professional detachment. Mia utilized a facade of an industrial consultant to maintain her marriage to Ethan, hiding her criminal identity from the man she loved. She was a woman of two worlds who was caught in the middle of a biological collapse. The handler was a ghost in the house. The voyage of the Annabelle was a documented act of professional negligence that eventually resulted in Mia's possession by the Mutamacete. She suffered from an increasing state of mental fragmentation, her own identity being suppressed by the psychic intrusion of the child weapon. Mia was forced to act as an instrument of Eveline's will, initiating a series of violent attacks on her own husband. This struggle was a visceral demonstration of the total war between the human soul and the fungal fire. The handler was now a victim of her own mission. The isolation in the guest house basement served as a clinical sanctuary for the possessed operative. Mia moved between states of lucidity and viral rage, her mind a battlefield for the Connection's conditioning and the mold's control. She realized that she was the primary variable that had brought the fire to Ethan, a fact that reinforced her professional guilt. The lie that had defined her marriage was now a visceral reality of blood and rot. Mia was a witness to the end of her own peace. The Reaper wore her face. During the Dulvey incident, Mia acted as a tactical guide for Ethan when her mind was stable. She provided him with the necessary information to navigate the ship ruins and the laboratory traps. This partnership was a documented proof of her resilience against the E-series influence. Mia was a professional who utilized her skills to protect her husband from the corporate reapers she once served. The handler was seeking redemption in the ash of the Annabelle. The fire was in her blood, but her heart remained human. The psychological cost of her dual identity was a recurring theme in her tactical evolution. She had to face the reality of her own guilt while fighting for her survival against the family she had helped to infect. Mia's return to the world of the living was a documented miracle that challenged the organization's control. She was a survivor who carried the secrets of the Connections in her mind. The handler was a being of pure tactical regret, moving toward a future that was already compromised by her past. The lie was over. Ultimately, Mia Winters represented the human element of betrayal within the modern biological war. She was a woman who had sold her soul to the company, and was surprised when it was taken by the virus. Her story was a documented warning that the Reapers are often found in the home. The Dulvey incident was the funeral for her career as a operative. She departed the scene as a wife who had been forged in the fire of the Mutamacete. The handler was gone, and the survivor remained. The fire was waiting. Part 54. Ethan's death and survival. The Mold Man reveal. The clinical confirmation of Ethan Winter's death occurred during the first hour of his entry into the Baker estate. It is a documented fact that Jack Baker liquidated the systems engineer with a terminal strike to the head, ending his human life within the guest house walls. However, the high concentration of the Mutamacete in the environment initiated an immediate reanimation of the corpse. Ethan's body was entirely rewritten by the fungal infection, turning him into a sentient biological construct. The engineer was dead, and the Mold Man was born. The fire was his life. The maintenance of Ethan's human consciousness within a fungal host was a documented anomaly in the history of the prehistoric fire. The mold had successfully duplicated his neural pathways and his motor cortex, allowing him to operate with a total lack of awareness regarding his own status. Ethan moved through the estate with a physical resilience and a regenerative power that bypassed the laws of the species. He could reattach lost limbs and survive lethal trauma because he was no longer an organic being. The engineer was an industrial miracle of the bayou. The technical success of the mold as a reanimation agent was a clinical record for the Connection's archives. They monitored Ethan's progress through the house, recording his performance against the family. The Mutamacete had found a host that possessed an absolute mental stability, allowing for a managed evolution that the E-series lacked. Ethan was the definitive proof of the fungal potential. A man who was fighting a war against the very thing that was keeping him alive. The Reaper was the survivor himself. The fire was in the soul. The total lack of awareness in the subject was a clinical necessity to prevent a psychological collapse. Ethan believed he was a human survivor who was fighting for his wife, a delusion that fueled his tactical resolve. This human variable was the only thing that allowed him to overcome the raw power of the god. The Mold Man was a being of pure emotion who was walking in the shadows of the laboratory. The revelation of his death was a visceral beat that redefined the nature of his struggle. The engineer was a ghost who wore a wedding ring. The biological reality of Ethan's state confirmed that the Mutamacete sought to preserve the human archive within the fungal network, so that every memory and every thought of the subject was being recorded by the Megamycete, the source of the mold. Ethan was a node in a global biological database, a being that stood at the peak of the new evolution. His survival was a documented failure for the corporate cleanup operation. The Mold Man was a signal that the fire could now hide in the heart of the hero. The Reaper was in the mirror. Ultimately, the story of Ethan's death and survival was the most significant lore beat for the transition into the village narrative. It proved that the prehistoric fire had achieved a total integration with the human identity. The engineer was a being of pure tactical resilience who had outrun his own grave. The Dulvey incident was the funeral for his organic life and the birthplace of his viral legend. The Mold Man was a witness who refused to stay dead. The fire was his duty, and the end was in the village. Part 55, Lucas Baker and the Connections, the industrial traitor. Lucas Baker served as the primary industrial traitor within the Dulvey incident, acting as a secret agent for the Connections syndicate. He was the only member of the household who maintained his mental autonomy. having received a specialized serum from his corporate handlers to neutralize Eveline's psychic link. Lucas utilized his technical genius to build a series of lethal traps and puzzles throughout the estate, recording the data on the survivors for his industrial masters. The Son was a predator who enjoyed the psychological torture of his victims. The Reaper was in the lab, and the secret arrangement between Lucas and the industrial syndicate was a documented act of professional betrayal. He provided the organization with a constant flow of data regarding Eveline's growth and the performance of the Mutamecete in a domestic setting. In exchange, the connections provided him with the resources needed to build a secret laboratory beneath the local salt mines. Lucas was a man who had traded his family's soul for a high-level security clearance and a corporate contract. The Son was the manager of the apocalypse. The fire was his profit. The surveillance of the family was a clinical priority for the traitor. He monitored the physical and mental decay of his parents and his sister, recording their struggle with a detached focus. Lucas saw his kin not as people, but as successful data points for his report. He utilized the estate as a live fire range, where the human element was the primary subject. The betrayal was a visceral proof of the corporate influence within the domestic unit. The Son was the ghost in the house who possessed the keys to the future. The lab was his altar. The construction of the underground laboratory traps was a documented success for Lucas's engineering skills. He created an environment where the survivors were processed through a series of tactical challenges, testing their intellect and their motor coordination. This game was a clinical byproduct of his own psychological instability and his corporate mission. Lucas was a being of pure industrial nihilism who thrived in the atmosphere of engineered death. The salt mines were his private kingdom, where the rules of the law were replaced by his own logic. The Reaper was in the puzzle. The role of the third party in the biological observation was a high-level secret that connected the Dulvey incident to the global black market. Lucas was feeding the data to multiple rival organizations, ensuring that the prehistoric fire reached the highest bidder. This industrial espionage made him a primary target for the BSAA's cleanup operation. The discovery of his communications confirmed that the organization's reach was wider than the Louisiana Bayou. The Son was a being that had outplayed the god and the company. The fire was in his codes. Ultimately, Lucas Baker represented the absolute corruption of the human element within the biological war. He was a man who utilized his skills for the sake of the profit rather than the protection of his kin. His story was a documented warning that the Reapers are often found in the technical terminals. The Dulvey incident was the funeral for his professional life and the start of his hunt. Lucas was a witness who was selling the city's end to the highest bidder. The traitor was a memory of black rot and industrial sin. The fire was waiting. Part 56, Chris Redfield and Blue Umbrella. The corporate atonement. The arrival of a tactical extraction team at the Baker estate in 2017 introduced a significant anomaly into the history of the biological war. The helicopters utilized a blue variant of the Umbrella logo, representing a private military contractor known as Blue Umbrella. This organization was composed of former employees of the original pharmaceutical giant who sought to achieve a state of industrial atonement for the 1998 incident. They were legally restricted by the federal government to the development of anti-biological weaponry and the containment of viral outbreaks. The Blue Umbrella unit acted as a specialized support force for the BSAA. The technical infrastructure of the organization was a clinical evolution of the original corporate research. Blue Umbrella utilized its internal knowledge of the T virus and the G virus to build a series of high-grade countermeasures, such as the Thor's hammer shotgun and the ramrod ammunition. These tools were designed for the absolute neutralization of modern biological threats. The organization operated under a strict federal leash, ensuring that their research remained focused on protection rather than expansion. The blue logo was a documented signal of a corporate identity built on the ash of the old world. The deployment of Chris Redfield to the Baker site was a tactical synchronization between the Alliance and the new contractor. Chris initially viewed the organization with absolute distrust, just seeing the logo as a visceral reminder of the betrayal at the Arclay mansion. However, the scale of the Dulvey incident forced him to coordinate with the Blue Umbrella technical teams to finalize the containment of the mutiny seat. This partnership was a documented necessity in a world where the biological fire had become decentralized. The marksman was utilizing the Reaper's tools to save the survivors. The legal status of Blue Umbrella allowed them to bypass the international regulations that limited the BSA's reach. They operated as a private entity that provided the logistics and the equipment for the most dangerous missions. The organization's research into the E-series provided the tactical intelligence needed to neutralize the mold swarms. Chris monitored the performance of the blue team with a clinical focus, on recording the data for his report to the Alliance leadership. The partnership was a high-stakes gamble for the future of the biological response. The presence of the blue helicopters at the end of the Dulvey incident was a documented proof of the organization's persistence. They had successfully reclaimed the Umbrella name to build a new, more responsible industrial legacy. However, the shadow of the 1998 disaster remained a permanent part of their corporate identity. Blue Umbrella was a being of pure tactical regret, moving through a world that was still haunted by the original company. The arrival of the unit was the signal for the start of the final cleanup. The mission at the Baker estate confirmed that Blue Umbrella was the primary authority on the containment of the fungal fire. They utilized their specialized containment units to secure the survivors and the biological samples, ensuring that the mutamycete did not escape the perimeter. Chris remained an independent actor within the team, his focus on the termination of the remaining Baker threats. The organization provided the heavy lifting, but the marksman provided the resolve. The blue logo was a shield for a world that was already burning. Part 57, Not a Hero. The termination of Lucas Baker. Chris Redfield initiated a solitary mission into the salt mines of Dulvey to track and terminate Lucas Baker, the final active threat of the 2017 incident. Lucas had retreated to a secret laboratory hidden beneath the mines, where he continued to transmit data on the mutamycete to the Connections Syndicate. On this mission was a documented act of tactical cleanup, intended to sanitize the region of all corporate influence. Chris moved through the dark tunnels with a professional focus, utilizing the Blue Umbrella equipment to bypass the biological traps. The salt mines were an industrial graveyard for the Baker family legacy. The environment of the laboratory was characterized by a high concentration of the mold and an array of mechanical puzzles designed by Lucas's technical genius. Chris was forced to manage his internal oxygen supply while fighting through the specialized molded units that guarded the facility. This engagement was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between a veteran officer and an industrial traitor. Lucas utilized the laboratory infrastructure to sabotage Chris's progress. She's turning the mission into a high-stakes game of psychological and physical endurance. The mines were a cage for the Reaper. The discovery of Lucas's communication logs provided the final proof of the syndicate's global reach. Chris realized that the Dulvey incident was merely a localized data point for a much larger experiment. Lucas was a being of pure industrial nihilism who had traded his soul for a corporate contract. The termination of the traitor was a clinical necessity to prevent the further spread of the E-series research. Chris cornered Lucas in the central hub, initiating a final confrontation that resulted in the total destruction of the laboratory infrastructure. The traitor was a memory of black rot. The biological reality of Lucas's final form was a recorded proof of the Mutamaceti's instability when combined with a hostile human host. He transformed into a massive fungal mass that utilized its reach to crush the environmental cover. Chris utilized the ramrod ammunition to neutralize the creature's regenerative systems, triggering a total cellular collapse. The termination of Lucas Baker was a documented victory for the BSAA's mission of containment. The sun was dead in the mines, and the fire was out. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the Connection's ambition. The aftermath of the mission confirmed that the Connections possessed a logistical network that bypassed the international security. Chris recovered the digital records that documented the organization's involvement with the E-Series project. This intelligence provided the BSAA with a new primary target for the coming years. The Not a Hero mission was the closing chapter of the Dulvey incident, a documented act of professional erasure. Chris departed the mines with the knowledge that the war was moving beyond the swamp. The Reaper was still moving. The technical success of the Blue Umbrella equipment during the mission solidified the partnership between Chris and the contractor. The organization had provided the tools needed to stop the fungal fire in its tracks. However, Chris remained aware that the industrial fire could always be turned against the species. He carried the data from the lab into the next phase of the war, his focus on the global status quo. The salt mines were silent once again, their secrets buried under a mountain of industrial debris. The hero was moving into the light. Section 11, Resident Evil Village, 2021. Part 58, Rose Winters, The Perfect Vessel. Rosemary Winters was born in 2020 to Ethan and Mia Winters, representing the most stable biological hybrid in the history of the prehistoric fire. She was a documented miracle of genetic engineering, a human host who possessed a total integration with the Mutamacete from the moment of conception. Because she was born to two infected parents, Rose possessed a genomic compatibility that allowed her to achieve absolute dominance over the fungal spores. She was the perfect vessel that Mother Miranda had sought for 100 years. The child was a biological goddess who wore a pink blanket. The biological reality of Rose included an absolute connection to the Megamycete, to the ancient source of the mold, located beneath the European village. She possessed the power to rewrite the genetic code of the species through her psychic link, making her an international security priority for the BSAA and the Connections. Rose was not just a human child. She was an industrial commodity that could determine the future of the human evolution. The organization viewed her as the ultimate weapon, a being that could liquidate her army through a single fungal thought. The girl was a reaper of the next generation. Mother Miranda's obsession with Rose was based on the child's potential to act as a physical vessel for the consciousness of her deceased daughter, Ava. Miranda believed that Rose's stable genome could hold the prehistoric fire without suffering the physical degradation seen in the previous E-series subjects. This vision was a documented act of maternal hubris that fueled the kidnapping of the child in 2021. Rose was the catalyst for the final apocalypse of the village. a being that stood at the center of a centennial ritual. The vessel was ready for the god. The psychological burden of Rose's identity was a recurring theme in the survival of the Winters family. Ethan and Mia moved to Europe to protect her from the corporate reapers, unaware that they were living in the shadow of the Megamice seat. The child was a documented anchor for the parents' love and a target for the industrial greed. Rose's existence was a clinical challenge to the laws of the species. She was a survivor who had never been fully human, a girl who carried the black rot of the bayou in her blood. The child was the light and the dark. The technical data on Rose's growth confirmed that she possessed a supernatural physical and mental resilience. She could survive environmental trauma that would liquidate a standard human host. The BSAA monitored her development with a detached focus, recording the data for their own biological research. Rose was a walking laboratory who possessed the power to stop the fire or to fan it. Her story was the preamble to the total collapse of the Miranda lineage. The vessel was the prize of the village. The eventual rescue of Rose by Ethan Winters was a documented victory for the human spirit over the biological obsession. She was saved from the ritual and extracted from the village, but her identity remained a high-stakes secret for the international authorities. Rose moved into the post-village world as a ward of the government, her every movement monitored by the tactical teams. She was a girl who lived in the gaps of the national security, a reaper who was waiting for her own time. The fire was in her blood, and the world was watching. Part 59. Mother Miranda, the architect of the village. Mother Miranda was a high-level biological architect who discovered the Megamice seat in the year 1919, following the death of her daughter, Ava, from the Spanish flu. She was a woman of absolute intellect and professional obsession who dedicated 100 years to the resurrection of her child. Miranda utilized the Kadu parasite, a specialized derivative of the Megamice seat, to grant the villagers gifts of mutation. This was a documented attempt to find a compatible host for Eva's consciousness. Miranda was the mother of the modern biological war. She a woman who had outlived the century. The ideology of Mother Miranda was characterized by a belief in evolution through infection. She viewed the human race as a raw material for her scientific rituals, turning the village into a closed ecosystem of prehistoric fire. Miranda mentored a young Oswell Spencer in the early 20th century, providing him with the ideological foundation for the Umbrella Corporation. She was the one who taught him that the world could be rewritten through a test tube. The village was the original laboratory for the Spencer vision. The architect was a god of the mountains. The biological reality of Miranda included absolute control over her own cellular structure, allowing her to shapeshift and maintain a near-immortal physical state. She possessed a psychic link with the Megamice seat, the ancient fungal archive that recorded the memories of every person who died in the village. This archive was her primary resource in the search for Eva's soul. Miranda was a being of pure biological power who had successfully managed the fungal rot for 100 years. The architect was a reaper who wore a mask of divinity. The fire was her mind. The creation of the Four Lords was a documented act of industrial management for the village. Miranda utilized these four individuals as failed candidates for Eva's resurrection, granting them specialized powers to act as the guardians of her kingdom. She monitored their progress with a detached focus, recording the data of their mutations for her own research. The Lords were merely the disposable variables in her centennial audit. Miranda was a leader who possessed no empathy for her kin. Through the village was a cemetery of high character and failed hopes. The ritual of the 2021 incident was the climax of her life's work. Miranda believed that the capture of Rose Winters provided her with the final vessel needed to complete the resurrection. She utilized the Megamice seat to initiate a global shift in the fungal fire, preparing to reclaim her daughter from the prehistoric archive. This act was a documented proof of her absolute hubris. Miranda was a woman who was willing to sacrifice the world to save a ghost. The architect was reaching the end of her long night. The fire was in the ritual. Ultimately, Mother Miranda represented the terminal hubris of the biological obsession. She had built a world of monsters and was destroyed by the one variable she could not control, the human father. Her story was a tragedy of grief and cold science. The village was her grave, and the Kadu was her legacy. Miranda was the final word on the ancient origins of the prehistoric fire. She died as a witness to the total collapse of her centennial dream. The architect was gone, and the village was ash. Part 60, The Four Lords. The Guardians of the Kadu. The Four Lords served as Mother Miranda's primary lieutenants and the regional guardians of the village, each possessing a specialized mutation granted by the Kadu parasite. Alcina Dimitrescu, the ruler of the castle, possessed a supernatural physical size, an absolute blood regeneration that required a constant intake of human resources. She was a documented success for the physical output of the parasite. Donna Beneviento utilized the mold to produce high-grade hallucinogens, turning her estate into a psychological cage for the survivors. The lords were the predators of the mountain range. Karl Heisenberg, the master of the industrial factory, possessed a supernatural ability to manipulate electromagnetic fields through his infected nervous system. He was a being of pure technical aggression, who utilized his power to build an army of mechanical mold hybrids. Heisenberg was a documented act of professional rebellion, as he secretly plotted to utilize Rose Winters to destroy Mother Miranda. He viewed the architect as a tyrant who had stolen his life to conduct her experiments. The factory was a laboratory for the industrial war against the god. The Reaper was in the iron. Salvatore Moreau, the ruler of the reservoir, suffered from an absolute biological instability that turned him into an aquatic monster. He was a documented failure for the host compatibility, his body a mass of distorted flesh and viral rot. Moreau was a being of pure loyalty who sought to satisfy Miranda's vision through the liquidation of the intruders. The reservoir was a graveyard of biological waste, where the natural order was replaced by the logic of the Kadu. The Lord was a monster that was trapped in a world of water. The fire was out in the deep. The Lords functioned as a clinical filter for the village population, ensuring that only the most resilient hosts reached the architect's attention. They monitored their respective regions with a predatory focus, recording the data of the survivors for the corporate archives. The organization known as the Connections utilized the Lords as a tactical resource for their own research into the mutamycete, and the four individuals were the pillars of the village apocalypse, each representing a different chapter of the industrial sin. The mountains were their private kingdom. The relationship between the Lords and Mother Miranda was characterized by an absolute power imbalance. They were the children of a god who viewed them as disposable tools for her resurrection project. This dynamic fueled the internal conflicts that eventually led to the total collapse of the village defense. Heisenberg's rebellion was a documented proof of the human element's resilience, even under a parasitic leash. The Lords were the guardians of a dream that was about to be reduced to ash. The fire was moving toward the center. The termination of the Four Lords by Ethan Winters was a clinical necessity to reach the final ritual. Every kill was a documented victory for the systems engineer over the engineered Reapers. The lords died as witnesses to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize rank or supernatural power. Their deaths provided the survivors with the path to the Megamyce seat and the truth of the winter's legacy. The village was a cemetery of the Lord's ambition. The fire was in the heart. Part 61. Ethan's second death and the mold reveal, the sentient construct. The final act of the 2021 village incident included a visceral revelation regarding the biological status of Ethan Winters. After Mother Miranda physically removed his heart, Ethan experienced a psychological vision of Eveline, the E001 prototype. She revealed the clinical truth. Ethan Winters had been dead since the first hour of his entry into the Baker estate in 2017. He was a sentient, biological construct composed entirely of the Mutamycete, a being that only existed because the Megamycete willed it. The engineer was a ghost who had been fighting a war for 3 years. This revelation was a documented shock to the human identity of the survivor. Ethan realized that his physical resilience and his regenerative power were not miracles of survival, but the properties of his own fungal biomass. He had been a mold man throughout the entirety of his journey, a being that possessed the memories and the personality of the deceased systems engineer. The fire was his own blood. This act of industrial reanimation was a successful experiment for the connections and the Megamycete. Ethan was the peak of the new evolution. The psychological impact of the reveal was absolute, but it did not stop Ethan's tactical resolve. He realized that as a creature of the mold, he was the only being capable of reaching the heart of the Megamycete to save his daughter. He chose to embrace his status as a biological god to finish the war against Mother Miranda. This human variable was the only thing that allowed him to overcome the raw power of the architect. The engineer was a reaper who was made of the very thing he sought to destroy. The revelation was the first step in his final sacrifice. Biologically, in the state of Ethan Winters, confirmed that the Mutamycete could maintain a high level of human consciousness and moral integrity within a fungal host. He had successfully bypassed the psychic control of Eveline and Miranda, proving that the human spirit was stronger than the genetic code. The Megamycete had found a perfect node in Ethan, a being that could navigate the biological war with an absolute focus. Ethan was the documented miracle that the organization could not replicate. The fire was in his hands. The reveal redefined the nature of the Winter's legacy. Ethan was no longer a victim of accident. He was the intentional actor in the biological arms race. He carried the black rot of the bayou into the mountains of Europe, acting as a carrier for the final apocalypse of the village. The revelation was a clinical signal that the prehistoric fire had achieved a total integration with the human identity. Ethan moved toward the final battle as a ghost who refused to stay dead. The Reaper was in the mirror, and the end was in the explosion. The total erasure of his human life allowed Ethan to achieve a final victory over the architect. He was a being that could not be liquidated by conventional means as long as the Megamycete remained active. Miranda had built a god and was surprised when it was turned against her. The Mold Man was the final word on the E-Series project. Ethan Winters died as a hero who was never a human. His final roar a testament to the tragedy of the biological era. The fire was out. Charm Part 62. Miranda's Failure. The Collapse of the Centenary Dream. Mother. Miranda's century-long obsession with the resurrection of Eva reached its clinical climax during the ritual of 2021. She attempted to pull the consciousness of her daughter from the Megamycete's prehistoric archive into the vessel of Rose Winters. However, the ritual was a documented failure, as Rose's own biological power rejected the psychic intrusion. The perfect vessel proved to be an unyielding force of independence that Miranda could not control. The architect was forced to face the reality that her dream was an industrial lie. The resurrection was a total collapse. The failure of the ritual resulted in absolute biological instability for Mother Miranda. As the psychic link with the Megamycete was severed by Ethan Winter's intervention, the architect suffered a total loss of control over her own cellular structure. She began to mutate into a variety of unstable forms, her physical power leaking into the environment. Miranda was no longer a god. She was a victim of the very fire she had managed for 100 years. The failure was a documented proof of the hubris of the pharmaceutical era. The architect was reaching her terminal end. The psychological impact of the collapse was a visceral beat in Miranda's narrative. She realized that her century of research and her sacrifice of the village had been for nothing. Eva remained a ghost in the fungal archive, a being that could never return to the world of the living. Miranda's rage was a documented symptom of her professional and personal failure. She sought to liquidate the Winters family as a final act of retribution, turning the ritual site into an absolute war zone. The god was a monster that was screaming in the dark. The intervention of Chris Redfield and the BSAA provided the final tactical pressure needed to stop the architect. They successfully neutralized the Megamycete's outer defenses, allowing Ethan to reach the ritual hub. Miranda was cornered by the Mold Man, a being that represented the total rejection of her evolutionary vision. The final battle was a visceral struggle between the old god of the mountains and the new hero of the bayou. The failure of the ritual was the first shot in the final destruction of the village. The fire was out of control. Biologically, Miranda's state confirmed that the prehistoric fire could not be fully directed by a mortal mind. The Megamycete was an archive of chaos that consumed everything it touched. The architect had been a steward of the rot, but she was never its master. Her death was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the fungal fire into the global ecosystem. Miranda died as a witness to the total erasure of her life's work. The century of the village was officially over. The fire was in the heart. The destruction of the Megamycete eventually liquidated the remaining fungal presence in the region, ensuring that Eva's consciousness remained in the dark. Miranda's failure was a documented signal that the time for the architects was over. The world was moving into a new era where the fire was managed by the survivors. The architect was a memory of black rot and industrial sin. Her failure was total. The village was a funeral pyre for the 1919 era. Part 63. Ethan's Sacrifice, the Detonator, and the End of the Village. Ethan Winters recognized that his fungal body was beginning to calcify following the final battle with Mother Miranda. As a sentient construct of the Mutamycete, he could not survive the destruction of the Megamycete, or exists outside the influence of the mold. He chose to initiate a final act of tactical sacrifice to ensure the safety of his daughter and the total erasure of the village. Ethan stayed behind at the heart of the Megamycete, utilizing a specialized detonator to initiate a massive thermobaric explosion. He was the father who chose to die so the future could live. The fire was his final gift. The sacrifice was a documented proof of Ethan's professional honor and his dedication to the protection of his family. He chose to stay in the dark of the mountains, rather than allow the prehistoric fire to spread to the world. The explosion vaporized the megamycete and the ruins of the village, turning the 100-year laboratory into a pillar of ash and fire. Ethan's final moments were spent looking at the photograph of his wife and daughter, his hand on the trigger of the industrial purge. He was the hero who had been made of rot, and he had found his peace in the flames. The physical survival of Rose and Mia was the primary result of the sacrifice. They were extracted from the zone by Chris Redfield, leaving the mold man behind in the crater. This event was a documented victory for the human spirit over the biological nightmare. Ethan had successfully bypassed the logic of the megamycete to protect the human heart. His death was a clinical necessity for the safety of the species. The village was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The fire had taken the father. The psychological impact of the sacrifice was absolute for the survivors. Mia was forced to face the reality of her husband's death and her own role in the biological war. Rose grew up with the knowledge that her father was the man who had burned the world to save her. The detonator was the final word on the Winter's legacy. Ethan had fulfilled his duty as a systems engineer and a guardian. The village was ash, but the family was breathing. The fire was out in the mountains. The biological reality of the explosion confirmed that the fungal fire could be neutralized by high-grade explosives. The megamycete was erased from the global archives, its prehistoric data lost in the flames. This act of industrial erasure was a documented success for the BSAA's tactical resolve. Ethan had provided the only successful countermeasure of the night. He was a human variable that the architects had not accounted for in their mission. The fire was his legacy. Ultimately, the sacrifice of Ethan Winters was the most significant law beat of the 2021 incident. It proved that the human spirit could match the raw power of the biological fire through an act of selfless loyalty. The father had successfully sabotaged the organization's ritual, ensuring that the witness remained alive to expose the truth. Ethan's sacrifice was the light that Rose used to navigate the final years of her childhood. He was the guardian of the family, and his end was the signal for the end. The Reaper was a man who chose to stay behind. Part 64. Shadows of Rose, 2037. The Domain of the Consciousness. In 2037, a teenage Rose Winters entered the consciousness domain of the megamycete to initiate a surgical removal of her own supernatural powers. She sought a life of human normalcy, away from the clinical monitoring of the government and the shadows of the prehistoric fire. The domain was a documented mental archive, where the memories of the deceased survivors were preserved in a digital state. Rose moved through the fractured reality of the Baker house and the village, piecing together the clues of her own identity. The domain was a laboratory of the soul. The psychological journey of Rose was characterized by a direct confrontation with the mental remnant of Eveline, the E001 prototype. Eveline sought to claim Rose's body as her own, utilizing her psychic power to generate a world of absolute fear. Rose was forced to navigate a series of high-stakes puzzles and biological threats, her movements recorded by the internal sensors of the archive. The domain was a cage where the child weapon and the perfect vessel were fighting for dominance. The fire was in the memory. Rose was saved from the viral intrusion by a specialized guardian, a mental remnant of Ethan Winters' consciousness that had survived within the megamycete. This Michael entity provided her with the tactical guidance and the emotional support needed to survive the domain. The reunion between the father and the daughter was a documented proof of the human bond's persistence in a world of black rot. Ethan utilized his remaining power to protect Rose from the Reaper, acting as a shield for the future of the species. The Guardian was the heart of the archive. The decision to keep her powers was the final law beat of the shadows of Ro's narrative. She realized that the prehistoric fire could be utilized as a weapon for good, a tool to protect the world from the corporate reapers. Rose chose to embrace her status as a biological god to honor the sacrifice of her father. She emerged from the domain with a total control over her abilities, moving toward a future as an independent actor in the biological war. The girl was a reaper who had found her purpose. The fire was her path. The technical data on the consciousness domain confirmed that the Megamice seed was an archive of infinite genetic and mental potential. It allowed for the preservation of the human identity beyond the limits of the physical body. This discovery was a high-level secret that the government utilized to refine their own psychological research. Rose was a ward who possessed the keys to the archive, a being that could navigate the biological and the mental worlds with ease. The domain was a signal that the war was moving into the psyche. Ultimately, the story of Rose as a teenager was the definitive law beat for the future of the Resident Evil story. It proved that the prehistoric fire had achieved absolute integration with the next generation. Rose was the legacy of the Winters family, a girl who had looked into the abyss and emerged as the winner. Her journey was a documented struggle for the survival of the human soul in a world of engineered lies. The fire was in her blood, and the world was watching. The Reaper was a young woman with a white dress. Section 12, The Road to RE9, Part 65, Raccoon City Syndrome, The Ticking Clock. It is clinically confirmed that the survivors of the 1998 T virus outbreak suffer from a long-term biological condition known as Raccoon City Syndrome. This syndrome is characterized by a persistent cellular degradation and a progressive failure of the immune system caused by the initial viral intrusion. The pathogen left scars on the DNA of the survivors, creating a documented ticking clock for their professional lives. While these individuals are immune to common viral strains, their bodies are slowly calcifying from within. The fire is still burning in the old guard. The syndrome represents a documented act of professional negligence by the pharmaceutical giants. The survivors were utilized as biological shields during the incident, and they are now paying the price for their resilience. The federal government monitored the progress of the syndrome with a clinical interest, recording the data for their own research into the long-term effects of biological warfare. The veterans of the mansion and the city are moving toward a terminal state where their tactical training can no longer save them. The clock is a mechanical reaper. The psychological impact of the syndrome has forced the veterans to accelerate their mission to dismantle the organization's remnants. Leon Kennedy, Jill Valentine, and Chris Redfield move with a desperate focus, realizing that they have a limited amount of time to finish the fight. They treat every mission as a potential final stand, a documented effort to secure a world where the next generation does not have to face the fire. The syndrome is a heavy weight that defines their tactical choices. The veterans are the prophets of an apocalypse they cannot outrun. Biologically, the syndrome confirms that the prehistoric fire was never fully out. It left a biological record of the Arklay incident within the blood of the heroes. Every scar and every memory of the 1998 disaster is a physical part of their genetic code. The syndrome is a high-level secret that the BSAA and the DSO utilize to manage the deployment of their elite units. The survivors are walking laboratories who possess the truth of the Raccoon City fall. The fire is in the bone. The search for a universal antivirus or a genomic repair agent has become a primary objective for the resistance. They realize that the only way to save the veterans is to find the research data lost in the ruins of the city. This mission led directly to the investigation of the connections and the Gideon files. The syndrome is the catalyst for the events of Resident Evil 9, a documented proof that the 1998 incident was the preamble to a global war. The veterans are fighting for their own lives as much as the species. Ultimately, the Raccoon City Syndrome is the most dangerous law beat of the modern era. It proves that the prehistoric fire has a permanent reach that spans 3 decades. The survivors are the legacy of a city that was erased from the map, and they are now facing their own industrial erasure. The ticking clock is the heartbeat of the final act. The veterans are moving toward the sunrise of their last mission. The fire is burning and the time is running out. The Reaper is waiting,